Beneath layers of earth and time, the ancient world whispers secrets that defy understanding. In forgotten chambers where shadows dance with starlight, artifacts rest in eternal silence, their purposes lost to the turning of millennia. These remnants speak of minds that gazed upon the same stars, yet perhaps saw patterns invisible to modern eyes. Stone circles align with celestial precision that would challenge today's engineers. Mechanisms of bronze and wood compute astronomical cycles with mathematical elegance that seems impossibly ahead of its time. Across continents separated by vast oceans, civilizations erected monuments following identical principles they should never have shared. The deeper archaeologists dig, the more questions emerge from the darkness. Each discovery illuminates not answers, but the profound mystery of human consciousness itself, how ancient peoples achieved the seemingly impossible, and what knowledge may have vanished forever beneath the weight of forgotten ages. In the crystalline waters off the Greek island of Antikythera, where Mediterranean currents have carved channels through limestone cliffs for thousands of years, destiny wore the face of a sponge diver named Elias Stadiatis. The year was 1901, and beneath 45 meters of azure water, the remnants of a Roman merchant vessel lay scattered across the seafloor like broken dreams. Among amphorae filled with wine that would never reach its destination and marble statues whose subjects had been dust for centuries, something extraordinary waited in the darkness, a corroded lump of bronze and wood that would challenge everything. Humanity thought it knew about its own past. The artifact appeared unremarkable at first, its green patina disguising secrets that had slept beneath the waves for over 2 millennia. Roman ships had carried many things across the ancient Mediterranean: silk from distant China, spices that commanded their weight in gold, philosophical texts that would reshape human thought. But this particular cargo defied categorization. As archaeologists carefully separated the bronze fragments from their limestone cocoon, gear wheels emerged from the corrosion, not crude wheels hammered by primitive smiths, but precisely crafted mechanisms with teeth cut to mathematical perfection. The Antikythera mechanism, as scholars would later name it, represented a technology that should not have existed in the ancient world. Its bronze gears, some no larger than coins, intermeshed with the precision of a Swiss timepiece. The device contained at least 37 gear wheels, each cut with a level of accuracy that would not be seen again in human civilization for nearly 1,500 years. When researchers finally understood its purpose, the revelation sent shockwaves through the archaeological community that continue to reverberate today. This was a computer, not in the modern sense of electrical circuits and silicon chips, but in the truest meaning of the word, a machine designed to compute. The mechanism could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. It tracked the Olympic Games, warned of solar and lunar eclipses, and calculated the complex retrograde motions of Mars and Jupiter with stunning accuracy. The mathematical sophistication required to create such a device suggested a level of astronomical knowledge that historians had never suspected ancient civilizations possessed. The mechanism's bronze face bore inscriptions in ancient Greek, instructions for operating what may have been the world's first analog computer. These texts revealed that the device could model the elliptical orbit of the moon, accounting for its varying distance from Earth, a calculation that required understanding of advanced mathematical concepts not formally rediscovered until the work of Johannes Kepler in the 17th century. The ancient Greeks who built this marvel had somehow intuited or calculated celestial mechanics that would remain hidden from European science for over a millennium. Multiple theories attempt to explain the mechanism's origins and purpose. Some scholars suggest it represents the pinnacle of Hellenistic science, the culmination of centuries of astronomical observation and mathematical refinement that began with Babylonian star watches and reached its flowering in the libraries of Alexandria. Others propose that the device indicates knowledge transmission from even older sources, perhaps Babylonian astronomers whose clay tablets recorded celestial cycles spanning thousands of years, or Egyptian priests whose temple observations reached back to the dawn of recorded history. The possibility that this represents lost technology haunts the archaeological imagination. If Greek artisans could create such sophisticated mechanisms in the 1st century BCE, what other marvels might have existed? Ancient texts speak of automated servants crafted by the legendary inventor Daedalus, of bronze robots that guarded Cretan shores, of mechanical birds that sang in palace gardens. Were these merely myths or echoes of a technological sophistication that vanished with the burning of the Library of Alexandria and the fall of classical civilization? Recent analysis using advanced imaging techniques has revealed even more complexity. Within the corroded bronze, the mechanism appears to have modeled not just the major celestial bodies, but the intricate dance of Venus and Mercury as they appeared to ancient observers. It calculated the varying lengths of lunar months and predicted the dates when eclipses would be visible from specific geographic locations. The device represented nothing less than a complete model of the cosmos as understood by ancient minds. The heavens rendered in bronze and brought down to earth. The profound implications extend beyond mere technological achievement. The Antikythera mechanism suggests that ancient peoples possessed a fundamentally different relationship with time itself. While modern civilization measures time in linear progression, seconds ticking toward an uncertain future, the creators of this device understood time as cyclical, eternal, predictable. They saw the universe as a vast clockwork where every celestial motion followed immutable laws that could be calculated and predicted. Across centuries dot in the quiet museums where fragments of the mechanism now rest, behind climate-controlled glass that protects bronze older than Christ, visitors often experience a peculiar sensation. Standing before this ancient computer, one glimpses across an abyss of time to minds that may have understood aspects of reality that modern civilization has forgotten. The gears continue to intrigue, their bronze teeth catching gallery lights, like stars in a mechanical cosmos, whispering of knowledge that died with its creators and waits still to be rediscovered. Yet, bronze gears were not the only legacy of vanished mathematical minds. Across the Nile Delta, where the ancient river splits into fingers that have nourished civilization for 5 millennia, the Great Pyramid of Giza rises from limestone bedrock like a geometric prayer frozen in stone. For over 4,000 years, this monument has challenged human understanding, its mathematical perfection encoding mysteries that continue to perplex engineers and archaeologists alike. Built during the 4th dynasty of Egypt's Old Kingdom, when pharaohs were considered living gods and the Nile's annual floods marked the rhythm of existence, the pyramid represents an achievement so profound that later civilizations could barely comprehend its sophistication. The numbers embedded within the pyramid's design speak a language of mathematical elegance that seems impossible for its supposed era. The structure's base perimeter divided by its height yields a ratio of 3.14159 pi calculated to 5 decimal places, a mathematical constant that European scholars would not accurately determine until the 16th century. The pyramid's slope, angle of 51 degrees and 52 minutes, creates triangular faces whose proportions embody the golden ratio, that mystical number found throughout nature in the spiral of nautilus shells and the branching of trees. These are not approximations or coincidences. They represent precision that challenges everything historians thought they knew about ancient mathematical knowledge. More mysterious still, the pyramid's builders somehow encoded the fundamental measurements of Earth itself within their limestone monument. The structure's base length equals 1/43,200th of Earth's. Circumference, a relationship that could only be calculated if the builders knew the planet's exact size. The pyramid's height, when multiplied by 43,200, equals the polar radius of Earth to within 99.9% accuracy. These correlations suggest a level of geodetic knowledge that conventional archaeology claims did not exist until the age of satellite surveying and global positioning. Systems. The construction techniques employed to achieve such precision remain equally mysterious. Each of the pyramid's 2.3 million stone blocks was cut and positioned with tolerances that would challenge modern construction equipment. The joints between limestone blocks are so tight that a razor blade cannot slide between them, despite each block weighing several tons. The pyramid's foundation is leveled to within just 2.1 centimeters across its entire 13-acre base, a feat of engineering that required surveying instruments of extraordinary sophistication. Archaeological evidence suggests construction techniques far more advanced than the copper tools and wooden ramps typically associated with ancient Egyptian technology. The precision cutting of granite and limestone blocks appears to require tools harder than the stones themselves. Yet iron technology supposedly remained unknown in Egypt for another 1,000 years. Microscopic analysis reveals tool marks consistent with high-speed rotary cutting techniques that should not have been possible without advanced metallurgy and mechanical engineering. Theories attempting to explain the pyramid's construction range from ingenious to speculative. Orthodox archaeology proposes systems of ramps, levers, and human labor organized on a scale never again attempted in human history. Alternative researchers suggest lost technologies, advanced metallurgy that created tools harder than modern steel, acoustic levitation techniques that manipulated gravity itself, or knowledge inherited from civilizations predating recorded history. The absence of definitive archaeological evidence for any construction method leaves the field open to increasingly imaginative speculation. The pyramid's internal architecture reveals additional mathematical sophistication. The grand gallery's angle exactly matches the pyramid's external slope, creating acoustic properties that amplify and focus sound waves in specific patterns. The king's chamber dimensions embody multiple mathematical constants simultaneously, while its granite walls are cut and fitted with precision that exceeds the capabilities of most modern stoneworking. The entire structure functions as a three-dimensional mathematical equation rendered in millions of tons of precisely placed stone. Recent discoveries using advanced scanning technologies have revealed hidden chambers within the pyramid structure, spaces that exist for no apparent structural purpose. These voids suggest that the monument's builders incorporated layers of meaning beyond mere burial customs. Some researchers propose that the pyramid functioned as a massive machine, perhaps a device for focusing Earth's natural energy fields, or a resonating structure designed to interact with planetary electromagnetic phenomena. The deeper implications of the pyramid's mathematical perfection extend beyond engineering achievement. If ancient Egyptian architects could encode fundamental constants like pi and the golden ratio with such precision, their understanding of mathematics and physics may have far exceeded conventional assumptions. The pyramid suggests that knowledge we consider recent discoveries may actually represent humanity's rediscovery of ancient wisdom, insights that were once common understanding but vanished during civilization's periodic collapses. Standing in the pyramid's shadow at dawn, when desert silence amplifies the whisper of wind across limestone edges, visitors often experience a profound sense of temporal vertigo. The monument's mathematical perfection seems to exist outside normal time, as if its builders understood geometric principles that transcend the limitations of any particular era. The stones remember equations that their creators carved into matter itself, theorems of architectural alchemy that continue solving themselves across millennia. In the pyramid's precision, ancient minds left evidence of mathematical vision that pierced the veil between human understanding and cosmic law. Their calculations remain visible in every angle and proportion. Geometric prayers that honor the eternal relationships binding matter, energy, and consciousness within the universe's grand design. Mathematics carved in limestone speaks across millennia, but some ancient voices called to the heavens themselves. On Salisbury Plain, where chalk downs roll beneath vast English skies and ancient paths wing between earthworks older than memory, Stonehenge stands in eternal contemplation of celestial movements that began before human consciousness could name the stars. The monument rises from grassland and has witnessed 5,000 years of human pilgrimage, its massive trilithons framing doorways between earth and sky that continue to capture solstices with astronomical precision that would challenge modern observatories. In this landscape, where Bronze Age ancestors sleep beneath barrows that dot the horizon like distant islands, the stone circle maintains its silent vigil over mysteries that predate written history. The monument's builders possessed astronomical knowledge of stunning sophistication, their understanding encoded in megalithic architecture that transforms the entire landscape into a vast celestial computer. Stonehenge's primary axis aligns precisely with the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset, creating a solar calendar carved in sarsen and bluestone that has maintained its accuracy across 50 centuries. The heel stone marks the exact position where the sun rises on the year's longest day, while the southwest trilithon frames the winter sunset with mathematical precision that suggests observations spanning multiple generations. But the monument's astronomical sophistication extends far beyond simple solar alignment. The circle's 56 Aubrey holes create a lunar computer that tracks the moon's complex 18.6-year cycle, predicting eclipses with accuracy that rivals modern calculations. The monument's builders understood that lunar eclipses follow patterns that repeat every 56 years, a cycle known today as the Saros period, and encoded this knowledge within their stone observatory. By moving markers around the Aubrey hole circle, Neolithic astronomers could predict when eclipses would darken the sky decades into the future. Recent analysis has revealed even more subtle astronomical alignments woven throughout the monument's design. The station stones mark the extreme positions of moonrise and moonset during the lunar standstill cycle, when Earth's satellite reaches its maximum northern and southern declinations. These alignments required observations spanning multiple 18.6-year cycles, a commitment to astronomical study, extending across generations of careful watching and recording. The precision achieved suggests not just casual observation, but systematic scientific methodology that contradicts assumptions about Neolithic intellectual capabilities. The logistics of construction reveal engineering knowledge equally impressive as the astronomical wisdom. The monument's builders transported bluestones from the Preseli Hills in Wales, moving 4-ton monoliths across 240 kilometers of challenging terrain before Britain possessed either wheeled transport or metal tools. The effort required represents one of the most ambitious construction projects in European prehistory, involving thousands of workers coordinated across multiple generations in service of an astronomical vision whose full purpose remains mysterious. Analysis of the sarsen stones reveals sophisticated understanding of acoustics and resonance. The trilithons were shaped to create specific sound qualities, amplifying human voices while filtering external noise. The monument functions as a massive resonating chamber, its acoustic properties suggesting that sound played a crucial role in whatever ceremonies occurred within the sacred circle. Some researchers propose that the stones were tuned to specific frequencies, creating harmonic effects that enhance the psychological impact of astronomical observations. The mystery deepens when considering the monument's cultural context. Stonehenge was built by Neolithic peoples who supposedly lacked writing, metallurgy, or complex social organization. Yet they achieved astronomical and engineering feats that required precisely those capabilities. The monument's construction demanded mathematical knowledge, long-term planning, and social coordination on a scale that challenges conventional understanding of prehistoric British society. Either these ancient peoples possess capabilities that archaeology has failed to recognize, or they inherited knowledge from even more ancient sources. Multiple construction phases, spanning over 15 centuries, reveal evolving astronomical understanding. Each major rebuilding refined the monument's celestial alignments, suggesting that succeeding generations added layers of sophistication to an already complex astronomical machine. The final configuration represents the culmination of Neolithic astronomical science, a stone computer that could track solar and lunar cycles, predict eclipses, and mark the seasonal festivals that governed agricultural and spiritual life. Theories about Stonehenge's purpose range from practical to mystical. Some scholars view it as an agricultural calendar that helped prehistoric farmers time their planting and harvesting. Others see a temple where druids conducted ceremonies marking celestial events. More speculative theories propose that the monument functioned as a healing center, its specific alignments and acoustic properties creating psychological states conducive to ancient therapeutic practices. The most ambitious interpretations suggest that Stonehenge represents prehistoric science fiction, an attempt to communicate with cosmic forces or entities dwelling among the stars. The monument's influence extended far beyond its immediate vicinity. Similar stone circles dot the British Isles and northwestern Europe, many incorporating astronomical alignments derived from Stonehenge's template. The knowledge encoded within the Great Circle spread across prehistoric culture networks, inspiring lesser monuments that adapted its principles to local celestial observations. Stonehenge became the prototype for megalithic astronomy, its innovations copied and modified across thousands of years and hundreds of miles in the gray light before dawn. When morning mist rises from the Avon River and the first birds announce the coming day, Stonehenge maintains its ancient watch over the eastern horizon. The stones wait in patient silence for the sun's return, their shadows shortening and lengthening in rhythm with celestial mechanics that governed their creation. Standing within the circle as light breaks across the heelstone, visitors witness the fulfillment of an astronomical prediction made before the pyramids rose, before writing was invented, before humanity dreamed it could calculate the movements of heaven. Across the mists of time, other cultures also reached toward the infinite sky. In the Nazca Desert of southern Peru, where rainfall measures less than an inch per year and winds barely disturb the absolute silence of stone and sand, the earth itself becomes a canvas for mysteries that can only be fully appreciated from impossible heights. Stretching across 450 square kilometers of pampa between the Nazca and Palpa River valleys, thousands of lines, geometric figures, and animal representations emerge from the desert floor with precision that defies explanation. These geoglyphs, created by ancient Nazca peoples between 500 BCE and 500 CE, remain perfectly preserved in the hyper-arid climate that protects them like a natural museum beneath Peru's crystalline skies. The scale of the Nazca lines challenges human comprehension. Individual drawings extend across kilometers of desert terrain, their proportions maintained with geometric accuracy that should be impossible without aerial perspective. The hummingbird geoglyph stretches 93 meters from beak to tail, its delicate proportions perfectly captured despite being invisible to ground-level observers. The spider spans 47 meters, its anatomical detail so precise that it allowed scientists to identify the specific arachnid species depicted, a rare spider found only in the most remote areas of the Amazon rainforest, hundreds of kilometers from the Nazca Plateau. More mysterious than the animal figures are the geometric patterns that crisscross the desert like a vast mathematical equation written in earth and stone. Straight lines extend for kilometers across the landscape, maintaining perfect linearity despite traversing hills, valleys, and rocky outcroppings that should deflect their paths. Some lines converge at central points, creating massive star patterns, visible only from aircraft. Others form complex geometric shapes, rectangles, triangles, and trapezoids with angles and proportions that suggest sophisticated understanding of plane, geometry, and surveying techniques. The precision achieved across such vast distances implies construction methods that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. Creating a straight line visible from aircraft requires reference points separated by kilometers. Yet the Nazca Pampa offers few natural landmarks suitable for long-distance surveying. The ancient engineers somehow maintained geometric accuracy across terrain that would challenge modern GPS systems, achieving results that remained invisible and unverifiable until the invention of aviation in the 20th century. Recent analysis has revealed the full sophistication of Nazca engineering. Many lines serve as astronomical markers, pointing towards significant celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. Some alignments track the rising and setting positions of bright stars, creating a stellar calendar encoded in the landscape itself. The geometric figures often incorporate multiple astronomical references simultaneously, suggesting that the entire Nazca Plateau functioned as a massive observatory where earthbound patterns mirrored celestial movements. The construction technique involved removing dark desert stones to expose lighter-colored earth beneath, creating contrast that has endured for over 2 millennia. The removed stones were carefully piled along the line's edges, creating low walls that help preserve the figures against wind erosion. The precision of stone removal suggests tools and techniques more sophisticated than the simple wooden implements typically associated with ancient Peruvian technology. Some researchers propose that the ancient Nazca possessed surveying instruments comparable to modern theodolites, though no such devices have been discovered in archaeological contexts. Water plays a crucial role in understanding the line's purpose. Many geoglyphs point toward underground water sources or mountain peaks where seasonal streams originate. The ancient Nazca civilization depended entirely on irrigation systems that channeled precious water from distant mountains across the desert to agricultural terraces. Some theories propose that the lines functioned as components of a vast ritual system designed to ensure continued water supply through ceremonies that honored mountain spirits and underground rivers. The mystery deepens when considering the line's intended audience. If the figures can only be appreciated from aerial perspective, who was meant to see them? Ancient Nazca peoples possessed no known aviation technology, yet they invested enormous effort creating images visible only from the sky. Some researchers suggest that the Nazca used hot air balloons made from textile materials found in their burial sites, though direct evidence for prehistoric flight remains elusive. Others propose that the images were designed for spiritual beings believed to dwell in the sky, offerings created for gods who observed human activity from celestial vantage points. Alternative theories push the boundaries of conventional archaeology even further. The precision and scale of the Nazca lines have inspired speculation about advanced technology, lost surveying methods, or even extraterrestrial involvement in their creation. While such theories lack supporting evidence, they reflect genuine puzzlement about how ancient peoples achieved results that seem to require capabilities beyond their supposed technological level. The lines challenge fundamental assumptions about prehistoric societies and their relationship with both technology and the cosmos. The The broader cultural context reveals a civilization obsessed with water, astronomy, and the relationship between earth and sky. Nazca pottery depicts flying shamans, suggesting that their creators experienced or imagined aerial perspectives through spiritual practices involving consciousness-altering substances. Archaeological evidence indicates widespread use of hallucinogenic plants in religious ceremonies, possibly creating visionary experiences that inspired the creation of images, visible only from impossible heights. Standing on the Nazca Plateau at sunset, when the desert stones cast shadows that briefly reveal hidden lines invisible during the harsh daylight, visitors often experience profound disorientation. The landscape transforms into a vast text written in an unknown language, its meaning tantalizingly close, yet ultimately incomprehensible. The lines continue their silent conversation with the sky, their purpose known only to the desert wind and the stars that have witnessed their creation and preservation across 25 centuries of patient endurance. The earth itself became canvas for ancient dreamers, yet stone could capture dreams with equal power. On Easter Island, known to its Polynesian inhabitants as Rapa Nui, nearly 1,000 stone giants maintain their eternal vigil across the most remote inhabited land on Earth. These moai statues, carved between 1250 and 1500 CE, stand sentinel over an island landscape that floats in oceanic isolation, 3,700 kilometers from the nearest continental landmass. Their massive forms, some reaching heights of 10 meters and weighing over 80 tons, represent one of the most ambitious sculptural projects in human history, an achievement made even more remarkable by its execution on a resource-limited island whose nearest neighbors lay beyond the horizon in every direction. That the moai embody artistic sophistication that challenges assumptions about isolated Polynesian societies. Each statue represents hours of careful planning and execution by master sculptors who understood proportion, anatomy, and the psychological impact of monumental art. The figure's elongated faces, prominent noses, and serious expressions create an otherworldly presence that has captivated visitors since European explorers first encountered the island in 1722. Yet these surface features reveal only part of the sculpture's complexity. Recent excavations have uncovered full bodies buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil, revealing that the heads visible above ground represent merely the tips of complete human figures. The mystery of how ancient Rapa Nui inhabitants transported these massive sculptures across their island continues to perplex archaeologists and engineers. The moai were carved at Rano Raraku Quarry using basalt tools, then somehow moved to final positions around the island's perimeter. Transport distances range from a few kilometers to over 18 kilometers across challenging volcanic terrain. Moving sculptures weighing dozens of tons would test the capabilities of modern machinery. Yet the ancient Rapa Nui accomplished this feat using only human labor and basic tools. Multiple theories attempt to explain the transportation methods. Archaeological experiments have demonstrated the feasibility of moving moai using log rollers, rope systems, and coordinated teams of dozens of workers. Alternative approaches involve walking the statues upright using ropes attached to their heads, rocking them forward in a controlled manner that mimics human locomotion. Local legends speak of the moai walking to their destinations under their own power stories that may preserve cultural memory of the actual transportation technique. Disguised as mythology, the sculpture's placement reveals sophisticated understanding of landscape and psychology. Most moai face inland, their backs to the ocean, as if watching over the island's inhabitants rather than scanning distant horizons for approaching visitors. Their positioning creates sightlines across valleys and settlements, suggesting defensive or ceremonial functions that required careful planning of each statue's location. Some Moai wear massive stone cylinders called pukatau on their heads, red scoria sculptures that may represent top knots or ceremonial headdresses, adding additional complexity to the transportation challenge. Recent analysis has revealed astronomical alignments incorporated into the Moai placement. Several statue groups mark significant celestial events, their orientations corresponding to solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of important stars in Polynesian navigation. These alignments suggest that the Easter Island sculptors possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge despite their isolation from major centers of learning. The Moai function not just as ancestral guardians, but as components in a landscape scale calendar that tracked seasonal changes and navigational references. Island's ecological history provides crucial context for understanding the Moai significance. When Polynesian settlers arrived around 1200 CE, Easter Island supported lush palm forests that provided wood for canoes, ropes, and construction projects. The intensive effort required to carve and transport nearly 1,000 massive sculptures may have contributed to deforestation that eventually eliminated the island's tree cover. By the time European explorers arrived, Rapa Nui had transformed from a forested paradise into the grass-covered landscape familiar today. This ecological transformation raises profound questions about the relationship between artistic ambition and environmental sustainability. The Moai represent both the peak of Rapa Nui artistic achievement and possibly a contributing factor in the civilization's partial collapse. Archaeological evidence suggests that the island's population declined dramatically before European contact, potentially due to resource depletion, warfare, or social upheaval related to environmental degradation. The Stone Guardians may have watched over the decline of the very society that created them. The Moai's meaning within Rapa Nui culture reflects Polynesian beliefs about ancestors and spiritual protection. Each statue likely represented a specific chief or important figure, their stone forms providing ongoing guardianship over tribal territories and ceremonial sites. The effort invested in creating these monuments suggests that spiritual considerations outweighed practical concerns. The islanders chose to dedicate enormous resources to honoring their ancestors rather than developing more immediately useful technologies or infrastructure. Modern attempts to understand the Moai often focus on their individual characteristics while missing their collective impact. Standing among the statue groups at Ranoraku, where nearly 400 Moai remain, partially buried around the quarry site, visitors experience the overwhelming presence of accumulated artistic vision. The sculptures create a landscape of faces, their expressions ranging from serene to stern, their collective gaze suggesting awareness that transcends individual consciousness. The mystery extends beyond the sculptures themselves to questions about the consciousness that created them. What drove an isolated island people to undertake such an ambitious artistic project? How did they sustain the motivation and resources required to carve nearly 1,000 massive sculptures? The Moai represent more than impressive engineering. They embody a civilization's dedication to creating beauty and meaning. Despite limitations that would discourage most practical projects, Stone Guardians watched over one vanished world, but deeper mysteries lay buried beneath other soils. At Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, where the Anatolian Plateau meets the northern edge of the Fertile Crescent, archaeologists have uncovered what may be humanity's first temple, a monument that predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, and challenges fundamental assumptions about the development of civilization itself. Rising from limestone bedrock that has witnessed the birth of agriculture and the first stirrings of organized religion, these stone circles emerged from the Neolithic landscape around 9600 BCE, when Europe still shivered beneath retreating glaciers. and most of humanity lived as nomadic hunter-gatherers following seasonal migrations across continents yet to be mapped. The site consists of multiple circular enclosures, each containing massive T-shaped pillars carved from single blocks of limestone that weigh up to 16 tons. These megalithic monuments were erected by peoples who supposedly possessed neither metal tools nor domesticated animals to assist in their construction. The pillars stand like silent sentinels arranged in precise geometric patterns, their surfaces decorated with intricate reliefs depicting animals, abstract symbols, and mysterious anthropomorphic figures that seem to bridge the gap between human and divine consciousness. The sophistication of the carvings defies conventional understanding of Neolithic artistic capabilities. Stone artisans created three-dimensional sculptures of lions, boars, bulls, and birds with anatomical accuracy that rivals classical Greek art. Serpents undulate across pillar surfaces in fluid curves that seem to move in flickering torchlight. Abstract symbols, crescent circles, and H-shaped forms repeat across multiple pillars, suggesting a coherent symbolic language whose meaning died with its creators. Most mysterious are the anthropomorphic pillars with arms, hands, and belts carved in relief, as if the stones themselves were petrified beings frozen in eternal ritual. The astronomical alignments embedded within Göbekli Tepe reveal sophisticated understanding of celestial movements that supposedly did not develop until thousands of years later. The enclosures are oriented towards specific stars and constellations, particularly the constellation Cygnus, which would have dominated the northern sky during the site's construction period. Some researchers propose that the temple functioned as an astronomical observatory, its stone circles serving as calendrical computers that tracked seasonal changes and predicted celestial events. Crucial to hunter-gatherer societies, the site's construction required social organization on a scale previously unknown in Neolithic societies. Moving and erecting 16-ton stone pillars demanded coordinated labor involving hundreds of workers, sophisticated engineering techniques, and long-term planning that extended across multiple generations. The effort represented one of humanity's first megaprojects, requiring resource allocation and social cooperation that conventional archaeology associates with much later agricultural civilizations. Yet Göbekli Tepe was built by hunter-gatherers who supposedly lacked the social hierarchies and economic surpluses necessary for monumental architecture. Recent discoveries have revealed even more mysteries buried within the site's complex stratigraphy. Ground-penetrating radar indicates additional enclosures buried beneath thousands of years of accumulated sediment, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe may be far larger than currently excavated areas indicate. Some estimates propose that the site could contain dozens of additional stone circles, making it potentially the largest temple complex in the ancient world. The implications are staggering if these projections prove accurate. Göbekli Tepe represents a sacred landscape of unprecedented scale and ambition. The mystery deepens when considering the site's deliberate abandonment and burial. Around 8000 BCE, the temple builders carefully covered their monuments with tons of earth and stone, creating artificial hills that concealed the sacred enclosures for over 10 millennia. This deliberate burial appears to have been planned and executed with the same care that went into the original construction. The reasons for this massive undertaking remain completely unknown, whether the site was hidden to protect it from invaders, buried due to changing religious beliefs, or concealed for purposes that modern at Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, where the Anatolian Plateau meets the northern edge of the Fertile Crescent. Archaeologists have uncovered what may be humanity's first temple, a monument that predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, and challenges fundamental assumptions about the development of civilization itself. Rising from limestone bedrock, that has witnessed the birth of agriculture and the first stirrings of organized religion. These stone circles emerged from the Neolithic landscape around 9600 BCE, when Europe still shivered beneath retreating glaciers, and most of humanity lived as nomadic hunter-gatherers following seasonal migrations across continents yet to be mapped. The site consists of multiple circular enclosures, each containing massive T-shaped pillars carved from single blocks of limestone that weigh up to 16 tons. These megalithic monuments were erected by peoples who supposedly possessed neither metal tools nor domesticated animals to assist in their construction. The pillars stand like silent sentinels arranged in precise geometric patterns, their surfaces decorated with intricate reliefs depicting animals, abstract symbols, and mysterious anthropomorphic figures that seem to bridge the gap between human and divine consciousness. The sophistication of the carvings defies conventional understanding of Neolithic artistic capabilities. Stone artisans created three-dimensional sculptures of lions, boars, bulls, and birds with anatomical accuracy that rivals classical Greek art. Serpents undulate across pillar surfaces in fluid curves that seem to move in flickering torchlight. Abstract symbols, crescent circles, and H-shaped forms repeat across multiple pillars, suggesting a coherent symbolic language whose meaning died with its creators. Most mysterious are the anthropomorphic pillars with arms, hands, and belts carved in relief, as if the stones themselves were petrified beings frozen in eternal ritual. The astronomical alignments embedded within Göbekli Tepe reveal sophisticated understanding of celestial movements that supposedly did not develop until thousands of years later. The enclosures are oriented beneath the crystalline waters of oceans that have risen and fallen with the rhythm of ice ages. Remnants of vanished civilizations rest in aquatic silence, their stone foundations and carved walls challenging conventional timelines of human development. From the enigmatic structures off Yonaguni Island in Japan to the mysterious formations in the Mediterranean near Bimini, underwater archaeology has revealed architectural anomalies that suggest advanced civilizations may have flourished during periods when sea levels stood much lower than today. These submerged ruins whisper of coastal cities that thrived when vast continental shelves lay exposed to sunlight. Before the last ice age ended and melting glaciers raised ocean levels by over 100 meters, the Unaguni Monument, discovered off the southern coast of Japan in 1987, represents perhaps the most controversial of these underwater mysteries. The massive stone structure extends over 50 meters in length and 20 meters in height, its geometric forms suggesting artificial construction rather than natural geological processes. Step pyramids, terrace platforms, and what appear to be carved roadways create architectural patterns that seem to mirror the megalithic monuments found on dry land across the Pacific region. The structure's precise angles, flat surfaces, and apparent tool marks challenge explanations based solely on natural erosion and geological fracturing. Dating the Yonaguni Monument requires understanding the region's geological history and sea level changes over the past 50,000 years. The structure currently rests 15 meters below the ocean surface, in waters that would have been dry land during the last glacial maximum approximately 20,000 years ago. If the formations represent artificial construction, they must have been created before rising seas submerged the coastal plain, placing their construction in a period when conventional archaeology places human civilization at hunter-gatherer levels of development. That similar underwater anomalies have been documented across the world's oceans, suggesting that coastal civilizations may have been far more widespread than previously imagined. Near the Bahamas, the Bimini Road consists of limestone blocks arranged in linear patterns that some researchers interpret as ancient harbor works or ceremonial pathways. In the Mediterranean, Sonar surveys have revealed rectangular structures and geometric patterns on the seafloor that appear too regular to represent natural formations. Off the coast of India, acoustic surveys have detected what may be urban layouts beneath sediments that have accumulated over thousands of years. The implications of genuine underwater ruins extend far beyond individual archaeological sites. If advanced civilizations existed during the last ice age, when sea levels were significantly lower, then much of humanity's prehistoric development may lie hidden beneath hundreds of meters of ocean water. The world's continental shelves, now submerged beneath shallow seas, once represented vast expanses of habitable land where coastal civilizations could have flourished for millennia, before rising waters forced their inhabitants to migrate too. Higher ground. Marine archaeology faces unique challenges in investigating these underwater mysteries. Ocean currents, marine growth, and sediment accumulation obscure structural details that would be immediately apparent on land. Dating submerged. Structures requires understanding complex relationships between sea level changes, geological processes, and human occupation patterns. The corrosive effects of salt water eliminate organic materials that could provide radiocarbon dates, leaving researchers dependent on geological and stratigraphic evidence that often proves ambiguous. Natural geological processes can create formations that mimic artificial construction, complicating interpretation of underwater anomalies. Sedimentary rocks naturally fracture along planes that create geometric patterns resembling human engineering. Wave action and chemical erosion can carve caves, platforms, and linear features that appear intentionally constructed, distinguishing between natural formations and genuine. Archaeological sites requires careful analysis of multiple factors including construction materials, architectural styles, and cultural context. Recent advances in underwater survey technology have revealed the true extent of submerged landscapes that once supported terrestrial ecosystems. High-resolution sonar mapping has identified ancient river channels, lake beds, and coastal plains that remain dry land until relatively recent. Geological periods. These submerged landscapes preserve not only potential archaeological sites but entire ecosystems that disappeared when rising seas transformed continental shelves into ocean floors. The psychological impact of discovering potentially artificial structures beneath the waves reaches beneath the crystalline waters of oceans that have risen and fallen with the rhythm of ice ages. Remnants of vanished civilizations rest in aquatic silence, their stone foundations and carved walls challenging conventional timelines of human development. From the enigmatic structures off Yonaguni Island in Japan to the mysterious formations in the Mediterranean near Bimini, underwater archaeology has revealed architectural anomalies that suggest advanced civilizations may have flourished during periods when sea levels stood much lower than today. These submerged ruins whisper of coastal cities that thrived when vast continental shelves lay exposed to sunlight. Before the last ice age ended and melting glaciers raised ocean levels by over 100 meters, the Unaguni Monument, discovered off the southern coast of Japan in 1987, represents perhaps the most controversial of these underwater mysteries. The massive stone structure extends over 50 meters in length and 20 meters in height, its geometric forms suggesting artificial construction rather than natural geological processes. Step pyramids, terrace platforms, and what appear to be carved roadways create architectural patterns that seem to mirror the megalithic monuments found on dry land across the Pacific region. The structure's precise angles, flat surfaces, and apparent tool marks challenge explanations based solely on natural erosion and geological fracturing. Dating the Yonaguni Monument requires understanding the region's geological history and sea level changes over the past 50,000 years. The structure currently rests 15 deep beneath the rolling hills of Cappadocia in central Turkey, where volcanic eruptions once blanketed the landscape in soft tufa stone that wind and water carved into fantastic formations. Ancient peoples excavated vast underground cities that housed tens of thousands of inhabitants in subterranean chambers extending down through multiple levels of solid rock. These hidden metropolises, carved by hand from the living earth using simple tools and extraordinary patience, represent some of the most ambitious engineering projects in human history. Entire civilizations that chose to dwell in darkness rather than face whatever dangers threatened on the surface world above. Derinku, the deepest and most complex of these underground cities, descends 8 levels into the earth, reaching depths of over 60 meters below the surface. This subterranean marvel could shelter up to 20,000 people, along with their livestock, food stores, and essential crafts workshops. The city includes churches, schools, meeting halls, wine cellars, and even stables for animals, all carved from the soft volcanic rock that characterizes the Cappadocian landscape. Narrow tunnels connect different sections of the city, designed to be easily defended by single individuals against larger attacking forces. The engineering sophistication of these underground communities challenges assumptions about medieval Byzantine technology and social organization. The cities include elaborate ventilation systems that circulate fresh air throughout all levels, preventing the accumulation of carbon dioxide that would make underground habitation impossible. Water wells penetrate to the water table, ensuring reliable supplies even during extended sieges. Massive circular stone doors, weighing several tons each, could seal tunnel entrances against invaders, while intricate communication systems allowed messages to travel rapidly throughout the underground networks. Archaeological evidence suggests that the underground cities served multiple purposes across different historical periods. Early Christian communities used them as refuges during religious persecutions, their hidden churches preserving Byzantine religious art in chambers where candlelight flickered across frescoes depicting saints and biblical scenes. During later periods, the cities provided protection against Arab raids that periodically swept across Anatolia. The ability to house entire populations underground for months at a time represented a defensive strategy unique in world history. The construction techniques employed in creating these vast excavations reveal sophisticated understanding of geology, structural engineering, and underground architecture. Workers removed thousands of tons of volcanic rock using hand tools, carefully planning the excavation sequence to maintain structural integrity as chambers expanded ever deeper into the earth. The soft tufa stone could be carved with metal tools, but hardened when exposed to air, creating durable walls and ceilings that have endured for over a millennium. Support pillars were carved from the living rock, their placement calculated to distribute weight loads across stable geological formations. Recent discoveries using ground-penetrating radar and other advanced technologies have revealed that the known underground cities represent only a fraction of the total subterranean infrastructure hidden beneath Cappadocia. Tunnel networks may connect communities separated by dozens of kilometers on the surface, creating an underground transportation system that allowed protected movement across the entire region. Some estimates suggest that over 200 underground cities await discovery beneath the Cappadocian landscape, their entrances sealed and forgotten across centuries of abandonment. The psychological aspects of underground living add another dimension to these remarkable achievements. Creating livable spaces in complete darkness required overcoming fundamental human preferences for light, open spaces, and connection to the natural world. The underground communities developed sophisticated artificial lighting systems using oil lamps and reflective surfaces to maximize illumination in critical areas. Social spaces were designed to maintain community connections despite the inherent isolation of underground existence. The cities represent triumph of human adaptability over environmental constraints that would discourage most modern populations. The mystery of abandonment haunts these underground marvels as deeply as the question of their construction. Most of the cities were deliberately sealed and abandoned during the medieval period, their entrances hidden so effectively that many remained undiscovered until the 20th century. The reasons for abandonment remain unclear, whether changing political conditions eliminated the threats that made underground living necessary, or whether the psychological costs of subterranean existence eventually outweighed its defensive advantages. Modern exploration of the underground cities requires specialized equipment and techniques to navigate safely through chambers that have remained sealed for centuries. The air quality in long closed sections can be dangerous, while structural integrity may have been compromised by earthquakes or groundwater infiltration. Archaeological teams work carefully to preserve these environments while documenting architectural features and artifacts that illuminate how underground communities functioned across different historical periods. The relationship between the underground cities and the broader Cappadocian landscape reveals sophisticated understanding of defensive strategy and resource management. Surface settlements were positioned to provide early warning of approaching threats while offering convenient access to underground refuges. Agricultural areas were planned to ensure food security during extended periods of underground residence. The entire region functioned as an integrated defensive system where surface and subterranean elements supported each other in complex ways. Standing in the deepest chambers of Derinthyu, where carved stone walls disappear into darkness beyond the reach of artificial lighting, visitors often experience profound appreciation for human ingenuity and determination. The silence of these depths seems to preserve echoes of ancient voices, the whispered conversations of families who chose to carve new worlds from solid rock rather than submit to surface dangers they could not overcome. The chambers remember the footsteps of children who learned to walk in corridors that never knew sunlight, of artisans who created beauty in spaces where only human will provided illumination. Below the earth, ancient peoples carved new worlds, yet above ground, they left equally puzzling traces. In laboratories where electron microscopes reveal the atomic architecture of matter, metallurgists examining ancient artifacts occasionally discover alloy compositions that challenge everything modern science understands about historical technology. These impossible metals, bronze containing trace elements that should not exist in ancient smelting, iron with carbon content requiring blast furnace temperatures supposedly unknown for centuries, and steel alloys incorporating metals that were not discovered until the modern era whisper of metallurgical knowledge that vanished with the civilizations that created them, leaving behind only tantalizing fragments embedded in archaeological contexts that predate their supposed invention by millennia. The Delhi iron pillar stands as perhaps the most famous example of impossible ancient metallurgy. Erected during the Gupta period around 400 CE, this 7-meter column of wrought iron has resisted corrosion for over 16 centuries, despite exposure to monsoon rains and Delhi's harsh climate. Modern analysis reveals that the pillar contains phosphorus concentrations that create a protective coating, preventing rust formation through metallurgical principles that were not understood by European science until the 19th century. The iron's purity and the precision of its forging suggest smelting and working techniques that should not have been possible without modern industrial equipment. Damascus steel represents another metallurgical mystery that has puzzled researchers for centuries. Blades forged from wood steel in medieval Syria and India displayed properties that modern metallurgy initially could not replicate: exceptional sharpness, flexibility, and distinctive water patterns that seemed to flow across the metal surface like frozen liquid. The steel contained carbon nanotubes and cementite nanowires that created its legendary properties, microstructures that were not understood until the advent of electron microscopy. The techniques for creating this remarkable material were lost. During the 18th century, despite numerous attempts to rediscover the processes involved, recent archaeological discoveries have revealed even more puzzling examples of advanced ancient metallurgy. Roman concrete contains volcanic ash that creates self-healing properties, allowing structures to repair microscopic cracks automatically over time, a capability that modern concrete lacks. Ancient Chinese bronze mirrors display surface compositions that change color depending on viewing angle, achieved through precisely controlled oxidation layers that required understanding of light interference patterns. Mayan jade artifacts show tool marks consistent with diamond-tipped cutting implements, despite diamonds being unknown in pre-Columbian America. The mystery deepens when considering the knowledge required to achieve such metallurgical sophistication. Creating Damascus steel demanded precise control of carbon content, forging temperatures, and cooling rates, variables that could only be managed through deep understanding of metal crystalline structures and thermal dynamics. The Delhi iron pillar's phosphorus content had to be carefully controlled during smelting, requiring knowledge of how specific elements affect iron's chemical properties. These achievements suggest theoretical understanding that conventional history places centuries in the future. Laboratory analysis using modern spectroscopy and electron microscopy continues to reveal new puzzles within ancient metals. Some artifacts contain isotope ratios that suggest ore sources unknown to archaeology, while others display metallurgical techniques that leave no traces in the archaeological record. The absence of intermediate developmental stages puzzles researchers. These advanced techniques appear suddenly in the archaeological record, without evidence of gradual refinement or experimental failures that should characterize technological development. Theories attempting to explain ancient metallurgical sophistication range from conventional to speculative. Orthodox archaeology proposes that ancient smiths achieved remarkable results through trial and error experimentation extended across generations, gradually developing techniques whose theoretical basis they did not understand. Alternative researchers suggest that ancient civilizations possessed systematic metallurgical knowledge that was transmitted through secret guilds or mystery schools, before being lost during periods of social upheaval and technological decline. The relationship between metallurgy and consciousness raises intriguing questions about how ancient peoples understood the transformation of matter. Many cultures regarded metalworking as a sacred art connected to spiritual transformation and cosmic forces. Alchemical traditions preserved metallurgical knowledge within symbolic frameworks that encoded practical techniques in mystical language. The smith occupied a special position in many societies, serving as both craftsman and priest who could transform base metals into objects of power and beauty. Modern attempts to recreate ancient metallurgical achievements often fail despite access to advanced equipment and theoretical knowledge. Japanese swordsmiths studying traditional techniques discover that successful blade forging requires intuitive understanding that cannot be reduced to precise measurements and procedures. The making of authentic Damascus steel remains partially elusive despite decades of research using electron microscopy and computer modeling. These failures suggest that ancient metalworkers possessed experiential knowledge that transcended mere technical procedures. The implications extend beyond individual artifacts to questions about the nature of technological development itself. If ancient peoples achieved metallurgical sophistication comparable to modern capabilities, the linear progression model of technological advancement requires serious reconsideration. Knowledge may flow through history in cycles rather than straight lines, with civilizations occasionally achieving capabilities that are subsequently lost and only later rediscovered through different pathways. In the quiet of metallurgical laboratories, where spectrometers analyze atoms that were shaped by hands that turned to dust millennia ago, researchers often encounter profound mysteries that resist scientific explanation. The metals remember processes that their creators carried to the grave. Their crystalline structures preserving evidence of knowledge that may have died with the last master smiths of vanished civilizations. These impossible alloys continue their silent testimony to human capabilities that conventional history has forgotten. Master smiths forged impossible metals, but other artisans worked with light itself. In the basement of the Baghdad Museum, where clay tablets bearing cuneiform inscriptions rest in climate-controlled cases, a peculiar artifact, discovered in 1936, continues to challenge conventional understanding of ancient technology. The so-called Baghdad Battery, a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod sealed with bitumen bears, striking resemblance to a primitive galvanic cell, suggesting that electrical phenomena may have been harnessed by Mesopotamian craftsmen over 2 millennia before Alessandro Volta's famous experiments with metal and acid. This enigmatic device, dating to the Parthian period around 250 BCE, represents one of many archaeological anomalies that hint at ancient mastery of invisible forces that modern science associates exclusively with recent centuries. The Baghdad Battery's construction demonstrates sophisticated understanding of electrochemical principles that should not have existed in the ancient world. When filled with acidic solution, grape juice, vinegar, or other organic acids available to ancient peoples, the device generates approximately half a volt of electrical current, sufficient to power small LED lights or electroplate thin layers of precious metals onto base objects. Archaeological experiments have successfully replicated the device's function, demonstrating that ancient peoples could indeed have generated electricity using materials and techniques available during the Parthian period. The discovery gains significance when considered alongside other ancient artifacts that suggest electrical applications. Baghdadi craftsmen were renowned for their skill in applying thin gold and silver plating to copper and bronze objects, creating jewelry and decorative items with surface finishes that may have required electrochemical techniques. Modern jewelers, attempting to replicate ancient Mesopotamian plating using only fire-based methods, often fail to achieve the uniform coverage and adhesion quality found in archaeological specimens. Electroplating using primitive batteries could explain the superior results achieved by ancient artisans. Similar electrical anomalies appear in archaeological contexts around the world, suggesting that electrical phenomena may have been more widely understood in ancient times than conventional history acknowledges. In Egypt, the Temple of Dendera contains carved reliefs that some researchers interpret as depicting large electrical devices, elongated, bulb-shaped objects connected to cable-like extensions that emerge from lotus flowers. While Orthodox Egyptology interprets these images as religious symbols, alternative analysis proposes that they may represent actual lighting technology used to illuminate underground chambers without producing the soot deposits that oil lamps or torches would leave on ceiling stones. The absence of soot in many Egyptian underground chambers presents a genuine archaeological puzzle. Sites like the Great Pyramid's interior passages and the Valley of the Kings tomb decorations show intricate artwork that would have required substantial illumination during creation, yet the walls and ceilings remain remarkably free from smoke deposits. Conventional explanations involve complex mirror systems that reflected sunlight into interior spaces, but such systems would be difficult to maintain and would not function during night work or cloudy conditions. Ancient texts contain numerous references to eternal flames, luminous objects, and artificial lighting that burned without consuming fuel. The Lighthouse of Alexandria reportedly used mirrors and unknown light sources to project illumination visible for dozens of kilometers across the Mediterranean. Roman writers describe self-illuminating gemstones and perpetual lamps that burned in temple chambers for centuries without requiring fuel replenishment. While many such accounts may represent exaggeration or misunderstanding, the consistency of reports across different cultures suggests possible technological basis for some claims. Crystalline structures play a central role in many ancient accounts of mysterious lighting and energy generation. Quartz crystals, abundant in many regions where advanced ancient civilizations developed, possess piezoelectric properties that generate electrical charges when subjected to mechanical pressure. Ancient peoples familiar with these properties could theoretically have developed techniques for harnessing crystal-generated electricity for practical applications. Archaeological discoveries have precisely shaped crystal objects and contexts, suggesting technological rather than decorative use support speculation about ancient electrical applications. The knowledge required to create functional electrical devices extends beyond simple material construction to understanding of fundamental physical principles. Recognizing that dissimilar metals in acidic solutions generate electrical current requires either systematic experimentation or theoretical insight into electrochemical processes. Ancient peoples achieving such understanding would need to conceptualize invisible forces and develop vocabulary for describing electrical phenomena, capabilities that suggest sophisticated natural philosophy, predating recognized scientific development by centuries. Modern reconstruction experiments using ancient materials and techniques continue to yield surprising results that challenge assumptions about historical technological limitations. Researchers have successfully created batteries using clay pots, copper sheets, and iron rods filled with various acidic solutions. Some experiments have produced enough current to power multiple LEDs simultaneously or to deposit measurable metallic coatings through electroplating processes. These results demonstrate that ancient electrical technology was not only possible but practically achievable using readily available materials. The implications of genuine ancient electrical knowledge extend far beyond individual artifacts to questions about technological diffusion and loss. If electrical phenomena were understood and applied in ancient Mesopotamia, why did this knowledge not spread more widely or develop into more sophisticated applications? The apparent loss and rediscovery of electrical principles suggests that technological development may follow more complex patterns than simple linear progression, with valuable knowledge occasionally disappearing during periods of social upheaval or cultural transition. Archaeological evidence continues to emerge that supports speculation about ancient electrical applications. Sites in Peru contain precisely drilled holes in granite that may have held copper conductors, while Mayan artifacts include obsidian mirrors with metallic backing that could have functioned as primitive electrical components. Each discovery adds to the growing body of evidence suggesting that ancient peoples may have understood and utilized invisible forces that modern science considers recent innovations. Invisible energies may have flowed through ancient hands, yet visible monuments pose equal mysteries. High in the Andes above the ancient Inca capital of Cusco, where mountain air thins to crystalline purity and condors ride thermals between peaks that scrape the edge of space, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman rises from living rock in defiance of every engineering principle that should govern the movement and placement of massive stone. This megalithic complex, constructed during the 5th century using techniques that remain mysterious today, consists of limestone blocks fitted together with precision that surpasses modern construction capabilities. Some individual stones weigh over 200 tons, yet they are positioned and shaped with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters, creating walls that have withstood 5 centuries of earthquakes that would topple conventional masonry. The fortress walls consist of 3 massive terraces that zigzag across the hillside in patterns that seem to follow some geometric principle invisible to modern observers. Each terrace contains stones of different sizes arranged in complex interlocking patterns, with smaller blocks filling spaces between giants and configurations that distribute structural loads through principles that engineers are still attempting to understand. The largest stones form perfect polygonal shapes with dozens of sides, each surface ground to optical flatness and fitted against neighboring blocks so precisely that knife blades cannot penetrate the joints between them. The precision achieved in shaping these massive blocks challenges every assumption about Inca technology and construction methods. The civilization that built Sacsayhuaman supposedly possessed neither iron tools nor wheeled vehicles, yet they created stone surfaces that rival modern precision grinding in their flatness and finish. The complex curved surfaces were multiple. Blocks intersect required 3-dimensional shaping that would challenge computer-controlled machinery. Each stone appears to have been custom-fitted to its exact position, suggesting construction planning and execution capabilities that seem impossible without advanced surveying and measurement technologies. The logistics of construction present even greater mysteries than the precision of stone shaping. Moving blocks weighing hundreds of tons across mountainous terrain would challenge modern heavy equipment. Yet the Inca accomplished this feat using only human labor and basic tools. The nearest quarries lie dozens of kilometers from the construction site across terrain that includes steep valleys, rivers, and mountain passes. Some theories propose elaborate ramp systems and coordinated teams of thousands of workers, but no archaeological evidence supports the massive infrastructure that such operations would require. Recent geological analysis has revealed additional puzzles within the fortress construction. Many of the largest blocks are composed of limestone types that do not occur in the immediate vicinity, suggesting that stones were transported from quarries even more distant than previously believed. The blocks show tool marks consistent with cutting and shaping techniques that should not have been possible using bronze implements, the hardest metal technology supposedly available to Inca builders. Some surfaces display characteristics suggesting cutting with high-speed rotary tools or techniques that generated temperatures sufficient to partially melt stone surfaces. Alternative theories attempting to explain Sacsayhuaman's construction push the boundaries of conventional archaeology into speculative territory. Some researchers propose that Inca builders possessed advanced rope and lever technologies that multiplied human mechanical advantage far beyond normally assumed capabilities. Others suggest that construction techniques involved softening stone through chemical or acoustic means, allowing massive blocks to be shaped and fitted like clay before rehardening into their final positions. The most speculative theories invoke lost technologies involving acoustic levitation, electromagnetic manipulation, or techniques that interface directly with gravitational forces. The acoustic properties of Sacsayhuaman add another dimension to its mysteries. The massive stone walls create resonance effects that amplify and focus sound waves in specific patterns. Some researchers propose that these acoustic characteristics were intentionally engineered, suggesting that sound played a role in either the construction process or the fortress's ceremonial functions. Experiments have demonstrated that certain frequencies can cause stone to vibrate in ways that might reduce friction during movement or placement, though such effects remain insufficient to explain the engineering achievements evident in the Tifinant. In the structure, the relationship between Sacsayhuaman and the broader landscape reveals sophisticated understanding of seismic engineering and geological stability. The fortress has survived numerous major earthquakes that devastated Spanish colonial buildings in Cusco, its flexible stone construction absorbing seismic energy through mechanical principles that modern earthquake engineering has only recently begun to understand. The builders somehow understood that massive interlocking stones could create structures more stable than conventional masonry during seismic events. Modern attempts to replicate Sacsayhuaman's construction techniques have yielded mixed results. Despite access to contemporary tools and equipment, Japanese construction teams using modern machinery have attempted to recreate small sections of the polygonal stone fitting, achieving results that approximate but do not match the precision of the original work. The failures suggest that Inca builders possessed knowledge or techniques that transcended mere tool technology, perhaps involving construction, philosophies or approaches that modern engineering has not considered. The implications of Sacsayhuaman's engineering achievements extend beyond questions of construction technique to fundamental issues about technological capability and knowledge transmission. If Inca builders could achieve such precision using supposedly primitive tools, the relationship between technological sophistication and tool complexity requires serious reconsideration. The fortress suggests that human ingenuity and understanding may be capable of achievements that seem impossible when judged solely by available technology. Standing before the massive polygonal walls as Andean sunlight reveals every precision-fitted joint and perfectly shaped surface, visitors often experience profound bewilderment at human capabilities that seem to transcend normal limitations. The stones maintain their patient silence about construction secrets that died with their builders, their perfect fitting a testimony to knowledge that modern civilization is still struggling to understand. Stone fitted to stone with impossible precision, yet some ancient builders reached beyond the material world. In the archives of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, where Ottoman sultans once governed an empire stretching from the Balkans to the Persian Gulf, a 16th century map drawn on gazelle skin continues to perplex historians and geographers with its impossible accuracy. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Turkish admiral and cartographer Ahmad Muhyiddin Piri, depicts coastlines and geographic features that should have been unknown to medieval scholars, including what appears to be the ice-free coastline of Antarctica, a continent that would not be officially discovered until 1820 and whose sub-glacial topology would remain unknown until 20th century. Seismic surveys penetrated through kilometers of accumulated ice. The map's creator left detailed notes explaining his sources, claiming to have compiled his chart from over 20 older maps, including charts captured from Spanish explorers and ancient maps dating to the time of Alexander the Great. Piri Reis specifically mentioned consulting a map used by Christopher Columbus, suggesting access to geographical knowledge that predated the age of exploration. The admiral's sources apparently included cartographic traditions that preserved information about lands and coastlines from periods when they might have been directly observable, before geological changes or climate shifts rendered them inaccessible to later civilizations. The Antarctic coastline depicted on the Piri Reis map presents the most controversial aspect of this cartographic anomaly. The southern portion of the map shows a landmass that closely resembles the actual shape of Antarctica's Queen Maud Land, complete with bays, inlets, and mountain ranges that correspond to features lying beneath the modern ice sheet. Geological surveys using seismic techniques have confirmed that the bedrock topology beneath Antarctica's ice matches the coastline shown on the medieval map with remarkable accuracy, suggesting that whoever created the original source material observed Antarctica during a period when its shores were ice-free. The implications of an ice-free Antarctic coastline extend far beyond cartographic curiosities into fundamental questions about climate history and human civilization's antiquity. Antarctica's current ice sheet began forming approximately 34 million years ago, with major ice accumulation occurring much earlier than any conventionally accepted human civilization. If the Peary Raise map preserves genuine geographic knowledge of ice-free Antarctic shores, it suggests either that advanced maritime civilizations existed far earlier than archaeological evidence supports, or that Antarctica experienced ice-free periods much more recently than geological consensus indicates. Additional features of the Peary Raise map demonstrate geographic knowledge that challenges conventional understanding of medieval cartography. The map accurately depicts the relative positions of South America and Africa, despite being created decades before systematic surveys of these coastlines were completed. River systems in South America are shown with remarkable accuracy, including the Amazon and Orinoco deltas, rendered in detail that suggest direct observation rather than theoretical projection. The Caribbean islands appear in positions that match modern coordinates, despite most having been only recently encountered by European explorers. The level of mathematical sophistication required to create such accurate maps challenges assumptions about medieval geographic knowledge and surveying capabilities. Accurately depicting the Earth's spherical surface on flat maps requires understanding of mathematical projection techniques that were supposedly unknown until much later periods. The Peary Raise map uses a projection system that suggests knowledge of trigonometry and spherical geometry that conventional history places centuries in the future. The accuracy achieved implies access to surveying instruments and techniques comparable to those used by 18th century explorers. Other ancient maps display similar anachronistic accuracy that defies explanation using conventional historical timelines. The Mercator map of 1569 shows Antarctic coastlines with details that were not confirmed until modern satellite surveys. Chinese maps from the Ming Dynasty depict Australian and Pacific coastlines centuries before documented European contact with these regions. Medieval European maps sometimes include accurate depictions of African and Asian geography that suggests access to information sources unknown to historical scholarship. The preservation and transmission of ancient geographic knowledge raises intriguing questions about lost civilizations and forgotten maritime traditions. If accurate maps of global coastlines existed in ancient times, they imply seafaring capabilities and geographic exploration on a scale not reflected in conventional archaeological evidence. The knowledge required to survey continental coastlines and create accurate world maps suggests organized expeditions involving multiple civilizations, coordinating their geographic discoveries across centuries or millennia. Theoretical explanations for anachronistic cartographic accuracy range from conventional to revolutionary. Orthodox historians propose that medieval mapmakers had access to Roman or Byzantine geographic sources that preserved classical knowledge about global geography. Alternative researchers suggest that the maps preserve information from prehistoric maritime civilizations that achieved global exploration capabilities before being destroyed by catastrophic climate changes or geological events. The most speculative theories propose that ancient cartographers received geographic information from non-human sources with access to aerial or satellite perspectives. Modern satellite imagery and GPS technology have confirmed many geographic details found in ancient maps, including coastlines, mountain ranges, and river systems depicted with accuracy that seems impossible for their supposed era. This technological validation has transformed anachronistic maps from historical curiosities into genuine archaeological puzzles that challenge fundamental assumptions about human capabilities and knowledge transmission across historical periods. The psychological impact of examining impossible maps extends beyond academic puzzlement into profound questions about human knowledge and the nature of discovery itself. If ancient peoples possessed accurate geographic knowledge of the entire Earth, including regions that remained inaccessible until modern times, the relationship between exploration, discovery, and technological capability requires fundamental reconsideration. These maps suggest that knowledge flows through history in patterns more complex than simple linear accumulation. Ancient cartographers mapped impossible shores, while other scholars trace paths through time itself. In the rainforests of Guatemala and Mexico, where cecropia trees cast dappled shadows over moss-covered stele and howler monkeys announce the dawn from cathedral-like canopies, Mayan astronomers carved mathematical poetry into stone that calculated the movements of celestial bodies with precision that would not be matched by European science until the invention of mechanical chronometers. These ancient timekeepers, working without telescopes or metal instruments in cities that rose like geometric islands from the emerald sea of tropical forest, developed calendrical systems of breathtaking complexity that track multiple overlapping cycles of cosmic time with accuracy that rivals modern astronomical calculations. The Mayan long count calendar represents perhaps humanity's most sophisticated attempt to measure and predict the vast scales of cosmic time. This system begins from a mythical creation date corresponding to August 11, 3114 BC in the Gregorian calendar, and counts forward through units of increasing magnitude: days, 20-day months, 18-month years, 20-year cycles, and 400-year periods, ultimately encompassing cycles of over 5 million years. The mathematical precision required to maintain accuracy across such vast time spans demanded understanding of astronomical cycles and computational techniques that challenged even 20th century astronomers attempting to verify Mayan calculations. The Venus cycle exemplifies the extraordinary precision achieved by Mayan astronomical observations. Their calculations tracked Venus's 584-day synodic period, the time required for the planet to return to the same position relative to Earth and the Sun, with an accuracy of 99.99%. This precision required centuries of systematic observation, mathematical analysis capable of averaging irregular cycles, and record-keeping that preserved data across multiple generations of astronomer priests. The achievement becomes even more remarkable when considering that Venus observations had to be conducted without optical instruments, relying entirely on naked eye observations recorded with perfect consistency across decades of watching. Mayan mathematics incorporated concepts that European scholars would not develop until much later periods. Their numerical system included the concept of zero, a mathematical breakthrough that occurred independently in only a few civilizations throughout history. They used vigesimal, base 20 notation that allowed them to perform complex calculations, involving enormous numbers with elegance and efficiency. Their mathematical notation could represent numbers in the millions, using compact symbolic systems that modern computers would recognize as remarkably sophisticated data compression techniques. The integration of astronomy and mathematics in Mayan calendar systems reveals a cosmic consciousness that perceived time as a vast web of interconnected cycles, operating simultaneously at multiple scales. The Mayan calendar synthesized solar years, lunar months, Venus cycles, Mars observations, and the movements of star groups into a unified system that could predict eclipses, planetary positions, and seasonal changes decades into the future. This achievement required not just observational accuracy, but theoretical understanding of how different celestial cycles interact and influence each other across vast periods of time. Eclipse prediction capabilities demonstrate the most impressive aspect of Mayan astronomical achievement. Their calculations could predict solar and lunar eclipses with accuracy that required understanding the 18-year, 11-day Saros cycle, the period after which eclipse patterns repeat with slight variations. Predicting eclipses visible from specific geographic locations demanded even more sophisticated calculations involving the moon's orbital inclination, the Earth's rotation, and the complex gravitational interactions that create variations in eclipse timing and visibility. Mayan astronomers achieved this level of precision through mathematical techniques that remained unknown to European astronomy until the Renaissance. The Mayan conception of time itself differed fundamentally from linear Western models, perceiving temporal flow as cyclical and recursive rather than progressing toward some ultimate destination. Their calendars tracked multiple interlocking cycles that repeated at different scales, creating temporal music with rhythms operating simultaneously across days, years, centuries, and millennia. This cyclical time concept allowed Mayan scholars to perceive patterns and make predictions that would be impossible within linear temporal frameworks, suggesting that their mathematical achievements reflected profound philosophical insights about the nature of time and existence. Recent decipherment of Mayan codices and inscriptions has revealed even more sophisticated astronomical knowledge than previously suspected. Mayan astronomers calculated the length of the tropical year as 365.242 days, within minutes of the accuracy achieved by modern atomic clocks. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, the 25,920-year cycle during which Earth's rotational axis slowly wobbles like a spinning top, creating gradual changes in stellar positions that require millennia of observation to detect. This achievement demonstrates observational continuity, spanning dozens of generations of dedicated astronomer-priests, the survival of Mayan astronomical knowledge through the Spanish conquest and colonial period resulted from the dedication of indigenous scholars who preserved mathematical and calendrical traditions, despite systematic destruction of codices and suppression of native learning. Some communities maintained traditional calendar keeping in secret, ensuring that ancient knowledge survived to be recorded by ethnographers and linguists during the 19th and 20th centuries. This preservation effort represents one of history's most successful examples of cultural resistance through knowledge transmission. Modern verification of Mayan astronomical calculations using computer modeling has confirmed the extraordinary accuracy of their predictions while revealing calculation techniques that remain incompletely understood. The mathematics required to achieve such precision using only observational data and mental calculation suggests cognitive capabilities and educational systems that challenge assumptions about pre-technological societies. Mayan achievements demonstrate that mathematical sophistication depends more on intellectual vision than technological infrastructure. Time flowed through Mayan calculations like water through stone channels, yet other mysteries lay written in the stars. Across continents separated by vast oceans and millennia of divergent cultural development, ancient peoples gazed upward into the star-scattered darkness and perceived patterns of cosmic order that guided their civilizations through seasonal cycles, agricultural planning, and spiritual understanding. These stellar observations, recorded in stone circles, pyramid alignments, and mythological narratives passed down through countless generations, reveal astronomical knowledge of stunning sophistication, precision measurements of celestial mechanics that required not only acute observational skills, but mathematical understanding capable of extracting cosmic order from the apparent chaos of nightly sky movements. The constellation knowledge preserved in ancient cultures demonstrates observational traditions extending across thousands of years of systematic sky watching. Australian Aboriginal peoples maintained stellar calendars that tracked seasonal changes through the rising and setting of specific star groups. Their oral traditions preserving astronomical knowledge for over 40,000 years through songlines that encoded celestial information in narrative form. These traditions accurately predicted the appearance of specific stars at precise times of year, allowing nomadic peoples to navigate vast continental distances while timing their movements to coincide with seasonal food sources and water availability. Ancient Egyptian astronomy reveals even more sophisticated mathematical relationships between terrestrial architecture and celestial mechanics. The Great Pyramid's construction incorporates alignments with multiple star systems simultaneously. Its passages point toward the North Star's position during the Fourth Dynasty, while its internal chambers align with specific stars in Orion and Draco constellations. The precision achieved required understanding that stellar positions change slowly over centuries due to Earth's axial precession, a phenomenon that ancient Egyptian astronomers somehow detected and incorporated into their architectural planning despite having no instruments capable of measuring such subtle changes directly. The Antikythera era mechanism's astronomical calculations demonstrate Greek mastery of planetary mechanics that would not be formally understood until the scientific revolution 2 millennia later. The device tracked the complex retrograde motions of Mars and Jupiter periods, when these planets appeared to move backward against the stellar background due to Earth's orbital motion relative to their positions. Calculating these apparent retrograde loops required understanding the actual orbital mechanics of the solar system, suggesting that ancient Greek astronomers had developed heliocentric models of planetary motion centuries before Copernicus proposed such systems to medieval European scholars. Mayan astronomical achievements extended beyond solar system observations to include accurate measurements of galactic cycles operating across vast scales of cosmic time. Their long count calendar was designed to track a complete galactic year, the 226 million year period required for our solar system to complete one orbit around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This calculation required understanding that Earth participates in multiple simultaneous motions: daily rotation, annual orbit around the Sun, and long-term galactic rotation. Mayan astronomers somehow perceived and measured these nested cycles of cosmic motion without telescopes or mechanical instruments. The precision of ancient astronomical observations often exceeded the accuracy achievable through naked eye methods, suggesting either extraordinary observational techniques or access to information sources beyond direct sky watching. Babylonian astronomical records tracked planetary positions with accuracy that modern calculations confirmed to within small fractions of a degree. These measurements required observational capabilities that pushed the limits of human visual acuity, while maintaining consistency across multiple observers and generations of record keepers. The systematic nature of these observations suggests institutional support for astronomical research extending across centuries of dedicated sky watching. Ancient peoples recognized astronomical cycles that operate across timescales far exceeding individual human lifespans, indicating cultural mechanisms for preserving and transmitting knowledge across multiple generations. The precession of the equinoxes, a 25,920-year cycle during which Earth's axis slowly wobbles, was recognized by ancient astronomers despite requiring observations spanning dozens of lifetimes to detect directly. This achievement demonstrates remarkable cultural continuity and dedication to preserving astronomical knowledge across political upheavals, migrations, and other disruptions that could easily have interrupted long-term observational programs. The integration of astronomical knowledge with architectural projects reveals ancient understanding of humanity's relationship to cosmic forces operating at scales far beyond terrestrial experience. Stone circles, pyramid complexes, and temple alignments often incorporate multiple astronomical references simultaneously, creating architectural prayers that honor various aspects of celestial mechanics. These monuments functioned as permanent observatories where astronomical events could be predicted and celebrated through ceremonies that connected human consciousness to cosmic rhythms operating across millennia. Mathematical constants encoded in ancient astronomical systems suggest theoretical understanding that extended beyond mere observational data collection to include sophisticated analysis of underlying mathematical relationships. The golden ratio pi and other fundamental constants appear repeatedly in architectural projects designed around astronomical alignments, indicating that ancient peoples perceived deep connections between mathematical principles, celestial mechanics, and terrestrial construction. These relationships suggest that astronomy served as more than practical calendar keeping, functioning as a bridge between mathematical abstraction and spiritual understanding. The psychological impact of ancient astronomical achievements challenges modern assumptions about the relationship between technological capability and scientific understanding. Without telescopes, computers, or precision measuring instruments, ancient astronomers achieved observational accuracy and mathematical sophistication that rivals modern astronomy in certain specific areas. Their success suggests that human consciousness possesses capabilities for understanding cosmic relationships that transcend dependence on technological tools, implying that direct perception and mathematical insight may be more powerful than conventional scientific methodology. Acknowledges ancient texts and oral traditions often describe astronomical knowledge in mythological language that encodes precise technical information within narrative frameworks designed for cultural transmission. These stories preserve astronomical data while making it memorable and meaningful for non-specialist audiences, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of how to maintain scientific knowledge across cultural changes that might otherwise destroy technical information. The mythological encoding suggests that ancient peoples understood knowledge preservation as requiring both intellectual accuracy and emotional resonance. The ancients read stories in starlight, but stranger tales emerged from the earth. In museums around the world, behind climate-controlled glass cases where humidity and temperature are monitored with obsessive precision, thousands of clay tablets, stone inscriptions, and ancient manuscripts preserve written languages that continue to resist every attempt at translation. These undeciphered scripts, the mysterious symbols of the Indus Valley civilization, the enigmatic Rungarongo glyphs of Easter Island, the linear A inscriptions of Minoan Crete, represent entire worlds of human thought and experience locked away behind barriers of forgotten meaning. Their creators' voices silenced not by death, but by the loss of the keys that might unlock their written words. The Indus Valley script presents perhaps the most tantalizing of these linguistic mysteries. Its undeciphered symbols scattered across thousands of seals, pottery fragments, and bronze tablets discovered throughout the extensive urban civilization that flourished in present-day Pakistan and northwest India between 2600 and 1900 BCE. Despite over a century of intensive study by linguists, archaeologists, and computer scientists, the approximately 400 distinct symbols that comprise the Indus script continue to guard their secrets with impenetrable silence. The brevity of most inscriptions, rarely exceeding 5 symbols, provides insufficient context for cryptographic analysis, while the absence of a bilingual text comparable to the Rosetta Stone leaves researchers without the comparative framework that enabled decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphs. The fundamental question of whether the Indus symbols represent true writing or merely pictographic notation remains hotly debated among scholars attempting to penetrate their mystery. Statistical analysis reveals patterns consistent with linguistic structure symbol sequences that suggest grammatical rules, frequency distributions that match natural language patterns, and evidence of different symbol functions that might correspond to nouns, verbs, and grammatical particles. Yet the symbol's artistic sophistication and their frequent appearance on seals used for trade and administration suggest they might represent a sophisticated pictographic system rather than phonetic writing, encoding complex information through visual symbols that conveyed meaning directly rather than representing spoken sounds. Linear A, the undeciphered script of the Minoan civilization that dominated Crete and the Aegean Islands during the Bronze Age, presents different challenges that illustrate the complexity of ancient writing systems. Unlike the Indus script, Linear A clearly represents a form of phonetic writing related to Linear B, which was successfully deciphered in the 1950s and revealed to record an early form of Greek. The relationship between these scripts suggests that Linear A should be decipherable using similar techniques, yet the underlying language appears completely unrelated to any known linguistic family, rendering phonetic transcription meaningless without understanding the vocabulary and grammar it records. Rongorongo, the mysterious script of Easter Island, adds another dimension to the puzzle of undeciphered writing systems. These glyphs, carved on wooden boards and stone tablets scattered across Rapa Nui, represent the only known indigenous writing system developed in Polynesia. The script's origins remain mysterious, whether it developed independently on the isolated island or was inspired by contact with other literate cultures during the 18th or 19th centuries. The symbols themselves display remarkable artistic sophistication, incorporating stylized human figures, plants, animals, and geometric forms arranged in patterns that suggest complex narrative or ceremonial content. The loss of reading knowledge that renders these scripts indecipherable raises profound questions about how cultural information is preserved and transmitted across generations. In each case, the writing systems appear to have been abandoned or forgotten within relatively short periods, suggesting that literacy might have been restricted to specialized groups whose knowledge died with them during periods of social upheaval. The fragility of writing systems challenges romantic notions about the permanence of recorded knowledge, demonstrating that written information can be just as vulnerable to loss as oral traditions. Computer analysis and artificial intelligence techniques have revolutionized approaches to undeciphered scripts, bringing mathematical tools to bear on problems that previously relied entirely on linguistic intuition and comparative philology. Machine learning algorithms can detect patterns in symbol sequences that escape human observation, while statistical analysis can reveal structural features that might indicate grammar rules or phonetic patterns. Despite these technological advances, successful decipherment still requires understanding the cultural context and conceptual framework within which ancient writers operated, demonstrating that purely computational approaches cannot substitute for deep knowledge of historical and archaeological contexts. The diversity of undeciphered scripts reflects the creative variety of human approaches to recording language and information. Some systems appear to combine logographic symbols representing complete words or concepts with phonetic elements that record sounds, creating hybrid approaches to writing that evolved in response to specific linguistic and cultural needs. Others might represent entirely different concepts of what writing should accomplish, encoding information in ways that do not correspond to modern assumptions about the relationship between written symbols and spoken language. Recent discoveries continue to add new mysteries to the catalog of undeciphered scripts, including the Vinca symbols of Neolithic Europe, the Jiahu symbols of ancient China, and various petroglyphic traditions found worldwide. Each new discovery potentially represents a unique solution to the challenge of preserving human thought in permanent form, suggesting that writing developed independently multiple times in human history through different pathways that reflected local cultural priorities and linguistic structures. The psychological impact of encountering undeciphered scripts extends beyond academic frustration into existential awareness of how much human experience has been irretrievably lost. These silent texts represent entire civilizations' attempts to communicate across time. Their messages preserved in physical form, but rendered meaningless by the loss of in museums around the world. Behind climate-controlled glass cases, where humidity and temperature are monitored with obsessive precision, thousands of clay tablets, stone inscriptions, and ancient manuscripts preserve written languages that continue to resist every attempt at translation. In the silent chambers of Gothic cathedrals, where colored light streams through stained glass windows to illuminate stone pillars that rise like mathematical prayers toward heaven, in the circular temples of ancient India, where mandala patterns spiral inward toward transcendent centers, and in the pyramid complexes of Egypt, where every angle and proportion embodies cosmic relationships between earth and sky. Sacred geometry reveals itself as humanity's attempt to encode divine proportion in physical form. These architectural expressions of mathematical consciousness demonstrate that ancient peoples perceived fundamental relationships between numerical harmony, spiritual experience, and the underlying structure of reality itself. The golden ratio, that mystical proportion of approximately 1.618, where a line divided produces segments whose relationship echoes throughout natural forms, appears with striking frequency in sacred architecture across unconnected cultures and historical periods. The Parthenon's facade embodies golden ratio relationships in its columns, entablature, and overall proportions, creating visual harmony that resonates with mathematical patterns found in flower petals, spiral galaxies, and the chambers of nautilus shells. Medieval cathedral builders incorporated the same proportional relationships into their soaring architecture, suggesting either direct transmission of classical knowledge or independent rediscovery of geometric principles that human consciousness finds inherently beautiful and meaningful. The mathematical precision achieved in sacred geometric patterns often exceeds the accuracy possible using period construction tools and measuring techniques, suggesting either lost technological capabilities or intuitive understanding that transcended dependence on physical instruments. The Great Mosque of Karawang incorporates geometric patterns based on algebraic equations that would not be formally described until medieval Islamic mathematics. Yet the architectural implementation demonstrates complete mastery of complex mathematical relationships. The builders somehow achieve results that appear to require theoretical knowledge centuries ahead of their supposed mathematical development. Hindu temple architecture reveals perhaps the most sophisticated integration of sacred geometry with architectural planning, where entire complexes are designed as three-dimensional mandalas that represent cosmic structure through mathematical relationships. The Kandariya Mahadeva temple at Khajuraho incorporates proportional systems based on the square root of 2, creating architectural rhythms that mirror mathematical constants found throughout natural phenomena. These temples function as built mathematics, their physical forms teaching geometric principles through direct spatial experience rather than abstract symbolic representation. The prevalence of pentagonal symmetry in sacred architecture reflects ancient recognition of mathematical relationships that would not be formally understood until modern number theory revealed the deep connections between fivefold symmetry and the golden ratio. Islamic geometric patterns, Celtic knot designs, and Gothic rose windows frequently incorporate pentagonal elements that demonstrate mathematical sophistication, far exceeding the computational tools supposedly available to their creators. The consistency of these patterns across different cultures suggests either knowledge transmission or independent recognition of fundamental mathematical principles. Sacred geometric patterns often incorporate multiple mathematical concepts simultaneously, creating architectural palimpsests where different geometric relationships operate at various scales within the same structure. The Chartres Cathedral labyrinth embeds 11 circuits within a pattern based on 12-fold symmetry, while its overall proportions reflect golden ratio relationships. The complexity achieved suggests that medieval cathedral builders possessed systematic understanding of how different mathematical principles could be integrated into unified architectural expressions that functioned on multiple levels of geometric meaning. The astronomical alignments embedded within sacred geometric architecture demonstrate ancient understanding that mathematical relationships extend beyond terrestrial construction into cosmic mechanics. Angkor Wat's layout mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared during the temple's construction period, while its architectural proportions correspond to astronomical cycles, including the precession of the equinoxes. The integration of geometric patterns with celestial alignments suggests that ancient architects perceived mathematics as connecting earthly construction with cosmic order, operating across vast scales of space and time. Recent analysis using advanced measuring techniques has revealed even more sophisticated mathematical relationships embedded within ancient sacred architecture than traditional architectural study could detect. Laser scanning of Gothic cathedrals reveals proportional systems operating at multiple scales simultaneously, with mathematical relationships governing everything from overall building proportions to the design of individual stone carvings. The precision achieved suggests systematic application of mathematical principles that required theoretical understanding comparable to modern architectural mathematics. The psychological effects of sacred geometric environments on human consciousness continue to be studied by researchers investigating how mathematical relationships might influence emotional and spiritual experience. Certain proportional relationships appear to create measurable physiological responses, including changes in brainwave patterns, heart rate variability, and stress hormone levels. These findings suggest that sacred geometry might represent ancient understanding of how mathematical relationships can be used to induce specific states of consciousness through architectural environments. Designed according to geometric principles, the universality of certain geometric patterns in sacred architecture across isolated cultures raises intriguing questions about whether mathematical relationships might be inherent aspects of human consciousness rather than learned cultural constructs. The spontaneous appearance of golden ratio proportions, spiral patterns, and fractal geometries in religious art and architecture from unconnected civilizations suggests either diffusion of mathematical knowledge across vast distances or independent recognition of geometric principles that resonate with fundamental structures of human perception and cognition. Modern attempts to recreate the acoustic and visual effects achieved in sacred geometric architecture often fail despite access to advanced design tools and construction techniques. The acoustic properties of medieval cathedrals, the visual impact of Islamic geometric patterns, and the spatial experiences created by Hindu temple architecture seem to depend on subtle mathematical relationships that contemporary architects are still learning to understand and implement effectively. Sacred patterns repeated across continents like echoes of a single voice. Yet some echoes spoke of departure. In the limestone canyons of Mesa Verde, where ancient Pueblo peoples once cultivated corn on terraced mountainsides, in the rainforests of Guatemala, where Mayan cities stood as centers of astronomical learning and mathematical achievement, and across Easter Island, where nearly 1,000 stone giants maintained their eternal vigil over empty grasslands. Archaeological evidence tells stories of civilizations that reached remarkable heights of cultural sophistication before disappearing, with mysterious suddenness that continues to perplex researchers studying the patterns of human social collapse. These vanishing acts, the abandonment of Chaco Canyon, the fall of classic Maya civilization, The population decline of Easter Island share disturbing similarities that suggest common factors operating across different continents and time periods. The Anasazi abandonment of the Four Corners region represents one of North America's most dramatic examples of sudden civilizational collapse. For over 6 centuries, the ancestral Pueblo peoples developed increasingly sophisticated architectural and agricultural techniques, constructing elaborate cliff dwellings and establishing trade networks that stretch from the Pacific coast to the Gulf of Mexico. Their population peaked during the 13th century CE, when communities like those at Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde represented pinnacles of ancient North American cultural achievement. Then, within a few decades, these thriving settlements were completely abandoned, their inhabitants vanishing into historical silence that persists despite intensive archaeological investigation. Tree ring data reveals that the Anasazi abandonment coincided with a severe drought that lasted from 1276 to 1299 CE, suggesting environmental stress as a primary factor in social collapse. However, the complete nature of the abandonment involving entire regional populations rather than gradual migration or population reduction indicates that climatic factors alone cannot explain the sudden disappearance. Archaeological evidence suggests that internal social conflicts may have escalated during the drought period, with increasing violence and resource competition leading to complete social breakdown. The precision of the timing suggests coordinated decision-making that resulted in total abandonment rather than gradual decline. The classic Maya collapse presents an even more mysterious example of advanced civilization suddenly abandoning its achievements at the height of cultural development. Between 800 and 900 CE, dozens of major Maya cities ceased erecting dated monuments, maintaining public architecture, and supporting the complex bureaucracies that had governed sophisticated urban populations for centuries. Cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Copan centers of astronomical observation, mathematical achievement, and artistic excellence were gradually reclaimed by jungle vegetation as their populations dispersed into smaller settlements or migrated to other regions. Multiple factors appear to have contributed to Maya collapse, including warfare between competing city-states, environmental degradation from intensive agriculture, and possible climatic changes that disrupted the rainfall patterns upon which Maya civilization depended. Recent research has identified evidence of severe drought conditions during the 9th century, suggesting that climate stress may have triggered conflicts over diminishing water resources. However, the simultaneity of collapse across hundreds of kilometers of territory indicates coordination or common cause that extends beyond localized environmental or political problems. Easter Island's demographic collapse provides a particularly stark example of how civilizational achievement can transform into cultural devastation within relatively short time periods. The island's population peaked at an estimated 15,000 inhabitants around 1600 CE, supported by sophisticated agricultural techniques and a complex social organization capable of coordinating the carving and transportation of nearly 1,000 massive stone sculptures. Within 2 centuries, the population had declined to fewer than 3,000 people. The island's forests had been completely eliminated, and the social systems that had supported monumental architecture had disappeared entirely. Ecological factors clearly played a major role in Easter Island's collapse, with deforestation leading to soil erosion, agricultural decline, and the elimination of resources necessary for constructing and transporting ocean-going canoes. The loss of seafaring capabilities isolated the island population from external food sources, while internal resource scarcity apparently triggered conflicts that further destabilized social organization. However, the complete abandonment of monumental construction projects suggests cultural collapse that extended beyond mere resource scarcity to include the loss of religious or political systems that had previously motivated collective architectural efforts. The patterns visible across these different collapse scenarios reveal common vulnerabilities that may be inherent in complex civilizations. Environmental stress, whether from drought in the limestone canyons of Mesa Verde, where ancient Pueblo peoples once cultivated corn on terraced mountainsides, in the rainforests of Guatemala, where Mayan cities stood as centers of astronomical learning and mathematical achievement, and across Easter Island, where nearly 1,000 stone giants maintain their eternal vigil over empty grasslands. Archaeological evidence tells stories of civilizations that reached remarkable heights of cultural sophistication before disappearing, with mysterious suddenness that continues to perplex researchers studying the patterns of human social collapse. These vanishing acts, the abandonment of Chaco Canyon, the fall of classic Maya civilization, the population decline of Easter Island share disturbing similarities that suggest common factors operating across different continents and time periods. The Anasazi abandonment of the Four Corners region represents one of North America's most dramatic examples of sudden civilizational collapse. For over 6 centuries, the ancestral Pueblo peoples developed increasingly sophisticated architectural and agricultural techniques, constructing elaborate cliff dwellings and establishing trade networks that stretch from the Pacific coast to the Gulf of Mexico. Their population peaked during the 13th century CE, when communities like those at Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde represented pinnacles of ancient North American cultural achievement. Then, within a few decades, these thriving settlements were completely abandoned, their inhabitants vanishing into historical in the depths of Newgrange, where a Neolithic passage tomb older than Stonehenge captures the winter solstice sunrise in a shaft of golden light that penetrates 60 feet of stone and earth. Archaeocausticians have discovered that the ancient chamber was designed not merely to house the dead, but to transform human voices into something approaching the supernatural. The carefully shaped stone walls create acoustic effects that amplify whispered words into thunderous pronouncements while filtering external noise into absolute silence, suggesting that ancient builders understood sound as a tool for transcending ordinary consciousness and accessing realms of experience beyond normal human perception. The acoustic properties of ancient sacred sites reveal sophisticated understanding of how sound waves interact with architectural spaces to create specific psychological and spiritual effects. Chartres Cathedral's Gothic arches and stone vaulting create reverberation times that transform spoken words into overlapping harmonies, while the building's proportions generate standing wave patterns that resonate at frequencies known to induce altered states of consciousness. Medieval cathedral builders apparently understood that architecture could be designed to support religious experience through acoustic engineering that enhanced human voices, while creating environmental conditions conducive to contemplation and transcendence. Recent research at megalithic sites across Europe has revealed that stone circles and passage tombs were acoustically engineered to produce specific sound effects during ceremonies and rituals. At the Hypogeum of House Cefaleni in Malta, underground chambers carved from limestone during the 4th millennium BCE create acoustic conditions that amplify male voices at frequencies around 110 Hz while suppressing higher-pitched sounds. This specific frequency corresponds to brain wave patterns associated with meditation and trance states, suggesting that ancient builders designed the space to enhance ritual experiences through precisely controlled acoustic effects. The use of resonant frequencies to alter consciousness represents a sophisticated understanding of psychoacoustics that modern science is only beginning to investigate systematically. Archaeological evidence from multiple ancient civilizations indicates widespread knowledge of how specific sound frequencies could be used to induce healing, facilitate spiritual experiences, or enhance ritual activities. Tibetan singing bowls, didgeridoo playing traditions, and shamanic drumming practices all employ frequencies that modern neuroscience recognizes as capable of synchronizing brainwave patterns and inducing altered states of consciousness. Investigation of pyramid acoustics has revealed even more sophisticated applications of architectural sound engineering. The Great Pyramid's internal chambers resonate at frequencies that correspond to human vocal ranges, creating echo effects that would amplify chanted prayers or ritual pronunciations into otherworldly reverberations. The King's Chamber's dimensions create standing wave patterns that turn human voices into complex harmonics, while the Grand Gallery's acoustic properties suggest that it may have functioned as a resonating chamber designed to focus and amplify specific sound frequencies. Theoretical research into how acoustic levitation might have assisted ancient construction projects represents one of the most speculative applications of archaeoacoustic investigation. Laboratory experiments have demonstrated that focused sound waves can levitate small objects by creating acoustic pressure differentials, while theoretical calculations suggest that much larger effects might be possible using coherent sound sources operating at optimal frequencies. Some researchers propose that ancient builders might have developed acoustic techniques for reducing the effective weight of massive stones during construction, though no direct archaeological evidence supports such applications. The relationship between sacred architecture and musical scales reveals another dimension of ancient acoustic engineering. Many ancient sites incorporate architectural proportions that correspond to harmonic ratios found in musical scales, suggesting that builders understood mathematical relationships between spatial dimensions and acoustic phenomena. Gothic cathedrals often embody proportional systems based on musical intervals, while ancient Greek temples incorporated harmonic ratios that would create specific acoustic effects when human voices resonated within their architectural spaces. Traditional shamanic practices from cultures worldwide demonstrate practical applications of acoustic techniques for inducing altered states of consciousness and facilitating healing experiences. Drumming patterns that synchronize with human brainwave frequencies, vocal techniques that create acoustic environments conducive to trance states, and the use of resonant spaces to amplify healing sounds all suggest ancient understanding of psychoacoustic principles that contemporary medicine is beginning to investigate as therapeutic modalities. Archaeological evidence for ancient sound technologies continues to emerge from excavations at sacred sites and ceremonial centers worldwide. Bone flutes and reed instruments discovered in Paleolithic caves demonstrate musical capabilities extending back tens of thousands of years, while stone acoustical devices found at various archaeological sites suggest more sophisticated applications of sound engineering. Recent discoveries include potential acoustic focusing devices, resonating chambers designed for specific acoustic effects, and architectural features that appear to have been designed primarily for sound manipulation rather than structural purposes. Modern attempts to recreate ancient acoustic effects often fail to achieve the full impact documented in historical accounts and archaeological investigations. The acoustic properties of medieval cathedrals depend on multiple factors, including building materials, architectural proportions, and environmental conditions that may no longer exist in their original forms. Similarly, attempts to reproduce the acoustic effects of megalithic sites often reveal that subtle factors, including seasonal temperature variations, humidity levels, and even electromagnetic conditions, may have influenced their original acoustic properties. The preservation of acoustic knowledge through oral traditions represents one of the most successful examples of how practical technical information can survive across millennia without written documentation. Indigenous cultures worldwide maintain vocal techniques, drumming patterns, and acoustic practices that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how sound can be used to influence consciousness, facilitate healing, and enhance spiritual experience. Sound waves carried ancient intentions through stone and soul, yet stranger forces may have moved through the earth. Across the rolling countryside of England, where ancient tracks follow ridgelines that have guided travelers since the Neolithic period, geometric alignments connect sacred sites across distances that span dozens of kilometers with precision. That suggests deliberate planning rather than coincidental positioning. These alignments, dubbed ley lines by amateur archaeologist Alfred Watkins in the 1920s linkstone circles, burial mounds, medieval churches, and holy wells in patterns that seem to reflect underlying geographic relationships invisible to casual observation but clearly perceived by ancient peoples, who situated their most important monuments according to principles that modern archaeology struggles to understand or explain. The discovery of these geometric alignments emerged from systematic mapping of prehistoric sites across the British landscape, revealing that megalithic monuments, Bronze Age burial sites, and even later medieval churches frequently align in straight lines that maintain geometric precision across challenging terrain, including hills, valleys, and rivers that would seem to disrupt such patterns. The alignments often connect sites constructed across different historical periods, suggesting either long-term cultural continuity in recognizing specific geographic features as sacred or underlying landscape characteristics that different civilizations independently recognized as significant for religious or ceremonial purposes. Recent GPS surveys and satellite mapping have confirmed the geometric precision of many ley line alignments while revealing additional patterns that escaped detection during ground-based archaeological surveys. Computer analysis of monument positions across extensive geographic regions has identified statistical clustering that exceeds chance probability, indicating that ancient site placement followed systematic planning principles that incorporated landscape features, astronomical alignments, and geographic relationships operating at scales larger than individual communities or construction projects. Geological surveys of ley line routes have identified correlations between monument alignments and underground geological features, including fault lines, mineral deposits, and groundwater systems that suggest ancient peoples possessed sophisticated understanding of subsurface geological conditions. Many alignments follow geological fault systems where underground water flow and mineral concentrations create distinctive environmental conditions that might have been perceived as sacred or powerful by ancient cultures. The correlation between megalithic alignments and geological features raises questions about whether ancient peoples could detect subsurface conditions through techniques unknown to modern archaeology. Magnetic field measurements along ley line routes have revealed anomalies that correlate with both geological features and monument positions, suggesting possible relationships between ancient site placement and electromagnetic phenomena that occur naturally in specific landscape locations. Some researchers propose that ancient peoples were sensitive to magnetic field variations and situated sacred sites according to geomagnetic criteria that enhanced ritual experiences or facilitated altered states of consciousness. While such theories remain speculative, the statistical correlations between monument positions and magnetic anomalies suggest environmental factors that might have influenced ancient site selection. The extension of ley line research beyond Britain has revealed similar geometric alignments connecting sacred sites across different continents and cultural contexts. Native American sacred sites across the Great Plains align in patterns that span hundreds of kilometers, while ancient sites in Peru, Australia, and China display geometric relationships that suggest systematic landscape planning according to principles that transcended individual cultures or historical periods. The global distribution of such alignments implies either diffusion of planning techniques across vast distances or independent recognition of underlying geographic principles. Theoretical explanations for leyline alignments range from practical to metaphysical, reflecting different assumptions about ancient knowledge and capabilities. Orthodox archaeology generally interprets alignments as coincidental products of landscape features that naturally channeled human movement and settlement patterns, while alternative researchers propose that ancient peoples possessed geographic knowledge that enabled them to recognize and utilize invisible landscape energies for spiritual or practical purposes. The relationship between ley lines and astronomical alignments adds another dimension to the mystery of ancient site placement. Many megalithic monuments positioned along ley line routes also incorporate stellar or solar alignments, suggesting that ancient planners integrated multiple geographic and celestial criteria into unified site selection systems. The complexity of such planning implies sophisticated surveying capabilities and long-term coordination between different communities separated by substantial distances. Modern dowsing and geomancy traditions claim to preserve ancient techniques for detecting invisible landscape energies that guided prehistoric site placement. Practitioners report being able to locate underground water sources, mineral deposits, and energy lines that correlate with documented ley line routes, suggesting that such detection techniques might represent genuine knowledge traditions that survived the destruction of prehistoric cultures. While scientific verification of dowsing effectiveness remains controversial, the statistical correlation between dowsed locations and documented archaeological sites suggests possible validity for some traditional landscape detection methods. The electromagnetic properties of specific geological formations provide potential scientific explanations for how ancient peoples might have detected subsurface features that influence sacred site placement. Certain rock types and mineral deposits create measurable electromagnetic anomalies that could theoretically be detected through biological sensitivity to magnetic fields or electrical conductivity changes. Some researchers propose that ancient peoples developed heightened sensitivity to such environmental cues through meditation practices or other techniques that enhance their perception of subtle environmental signals. Archaeological investigation of ley line intersections points where multiple alignments converge often reveals evidence of particularly intensive ancient activity, including multiple monument types, extensive artifact deposits, and signs of ceremonial use spanning different historical periods. These convergence points suggest that intersecting alignments held special significance for ancient peoples, possibly representing locations where multiple invisible landscape forces combined to create especially powerful or sacred environmental conditions. Invisible lines may have connected sacred places like nerves in a vast body, yet the deepest mysteries lay beneath the surface. Deep beneath the Pyrenees, where limestone caverns twist through mountain roots older than multicellular life, the painted caves of Lascaux and Altamira preserve humanity's earliest attempts to transform natural spaces into galleries of transcendent art. These underground chambers, decorated with animal figures that seem to move in flickering torchlight, represent more than mere artistic expression. They constitute humanity's first cathedrals, sacred spaces where Paleolithic consciousness encountered the mystery of its own creative power in darkness that had never known the sun. The caves served as portals between the ordinary world of survival and hunting and a realm of spiritual experience where human imagination first learned to make the invisible visible through pigment and firelight. The acoustic properties of decorated caves reveal sophisticated understanding of how underground spaces could be engineered to enhance ritual experiences and amplify human voices into supernatural reverberations. Researchers studying the relationship between cave art placement and acoustic characteristics have discovered that the most elaborately decorated chambers often correspond to locations where sound waves create complex echo patterns, standing wave formations, and reverberation effects that would transform human voices, music, or ritual sounds into otherworldly auditory experiences. The artists who painted these caves apparently understood that visual and acoustic elements could be combined to create immersive environments that transported participants beyond ordinary consciousness. The cave art itself demonstrates artistic sophistication that challenges assumptions about Paleolithic cultural capabilities, revealing that these ancient artists possessed advanced understanding of perspective, movement, and psychological impact that would not be seen again in human art until the Renaissance. The horses of Lascaux exhibit anatomical accuracy and dynamic movement that required careful observation of animal behavior combined with artistic techniques for representing motion and three-dimensional form on cave wall surfaces. The artists understood how to use natural rock formations to enhance their paintings' three-dimensional impact, incorporating limestone bulges and surface textures into their compositions to create sculptural effects that transform flat cave walls into living galleries. Recent research using advanced lighting techniques has revealed that cave paintings were designed to create animation effects when viewed by moving torch flames, with overlapping animal figures and carefully placed details creating illusions of movement that would be invisible under static lighting conditions. The artists apparently understood that flickering fire would bring their painted animals to life, creating cinematic effects that transformed static art into dynamic visual experiences. This sophisticated understanding of how light and shadow interact with painted surfaces suggests artistic vision that incorporated temporal elements and viewer movement into carefully planned aesthetic experiences. The selection of cave locations for artistic decoration reveals systematic criteria that extended beyond mere accessibility or convenience to include environmental factors that enhance the ritual and spiritual significance of underground spaces. Decorated caves often feature natural acoustic properties, water sources, and geological formations that create dramatic visual effects, suggesting that Paleolithic peoples chose specific underground locations according to multiple criteria that combine practical considerations with spiritual and aesthetic factors. The effort required to transport pigments, create lighting, and execute complex artistic projects in difficult underground environments indicates that cave decoration served purposes important enough to justify substantial investment of time and resources. The psychological impact of experiencing cave art in its original underground context, illuminated only by flickering torches or oil lamps, creates sensory experiences that modern gallery lighting cannot reproduce. Visitors to decorated caves often report profound emotional responses that seem to connect them directly to the consciousness of Paleolithic artists across tens of thousands of years of temporal separation. The darkness, silence, and isolation of underground spaces create environmental conditions that enhance psychological receptivity to artistic impact, suggesting that cave artists understood how environmental factors influence human perception and emotional response to visual stimuli. Ethnographic studies of contemporary hunter-gatherer societies reveal that caves often serve as focal points for initiation ceremonies, shamanic rituals, and spiritual practices that involve altered states of consciousness and direct communication with spiritual forces. The decorated caves may have functioned as ritual centers where Paleolithic communities conducted ceremonies marking seasonal transitions, hunting preparations, or coming-of-age initiations. The artistic programs visible on cave walls might represent visual components of complex ritual systems that combined art, music, storytelling, and possibly consciousness-altering substances to create transformative spiritual experiences. The preservation of cave art across tens of thousands of years demonstrates the unique environmental conditions that allow organic pigments and artistic techniques to survive when surface art would have been destroyed by weather, vegetation, and geological processes. The constant temperature, humidity, and protection from ultraviolet radiation found in deep caves create natural museums that preserve Paleolithic artistic achievements in nearly pristine condition, allowing modern viewers to experience visual art created by some of humanity's earliest ancestors with immediacy that bridges vast spans of evolutionary and cultural development. Archaeological evidence from decorated caves includes not only the paintings themselves, but also artifacts, tool marks, and other traces of human activity that illuminate how these underground spaces were used and maintained across extended periods. Footprints preserved in cave mud reveal that children as well as adults visited decorated chambers, while artifact distributions suggest that caves served multiple functions including tool manufacturing, food storage, and possibly residential use during specific seasons or ritual periods. The global distribution of decorated caves reveals that the impulse to create art in underground spaces appeared independently across different continents and cultural contexts, suggesting that cave decoration represents a fundamental aspect of human consciousness rather than a cultural innovation specific to particular regions or peoples. From the Americas to Australia, from Europe to Africa, ancient peoples consistently chose to invest enormous effort in decorating underground spaces, indicating that caves held universal significance for human spiritual and artistic development. Beneath the earth, darkness held its own illumination, while above, ancient peoples reached toward other kinds of light. In the sacred text of ancient India, where Sanskrit verses preserve memories of gods who descended from celestial realms in vehicles that blazed across the heavens like second suns, descriptions emerge of Vimanas, flying machines that carried divine beings between earth and sky with capabilities that echo the technological dreams of modern aerospace engineering. These ancient accounts, preserved in the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other classical texts, describe aerial vehicles with detailed specifications that include propulsion systems, navigation equipment, and even what appear to be weapon systems, suggesting that the line between mythology and technological memory might be far thinner than conventional scholarship assumes. The Vaimanika Shastra, a text allegedly based on ancient sources but compiled in the early 20th century, provides technical specifications for multiple types of flying machines that incorporate principles resembling modern aerodynamic theory. The descriptions include details about materials, construction techniques, and operational procedures that demonstrate understanding of flight mechanics, atmospheric pressure, and energy systems that seem remarkably sophisticated for texts supposedly based on ancient sources. While scholars debate the document's authenticity and dating, its technical content reveals either extraordinary prescience about future aviation technology or preservation of ancient knowledge that predated known technological development. Archaeological evidence from various ancient civilizations includes artistic depictions that some researchers interpret as representations of flying vehicles or aerial phenomena. The Nazca lines in Peru, visible only from aerial perspectives, raise questions about how ancient peoples could have planned and executed ground drawings without access to flight technology. Some researchers propose that the ancient Nazca possessed hot air balloon technology using textiles and materials found in their burial sites, though direct archaeological evidence for prehistoric aviation remains elusive and controversial. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and artwork occasionally depict objects that alternative researchers interpret as flying vehicles, including images that appear to show gods or pharaohs traveling in boat-like vessels that sail through sky rather than water. While Orthodox Egyptology interprets these images as symbolic representations of spiritual journeys or mythological transportation. The consistency and detail of such depictions suggest either sophisticated artistic imagination or possible cultural memory of actual flying technology. The famous helicopter hieroglyphs at the Abydos Temple create particular controversy, with their appearance resembling modern aircraft silhouettes in ways that seem too specific to represent coincidental resemblance. The physics of potential. Ancient flight technology provides a framework for evaluating whether such capabilities could have existed using materials and energy sources available to ancient civilizations. Hot air balloon flight requires only textile technology and fire, both available to ancient peoples, while gliding flight could be achieved using materials and construction techniques within the capabilities of sophisticated ancient cultures. More advanced propulsion systems would require energy sources and materials that push the boundaries of known ancient technological capabilities. Though certain electromagnetic or acoustic principles might theoretically have been harnessed using mineral and crystalline materials available in the ancient world, mythological accounts of flying vehicles appear across numerous ancient cultures that had no known contact with each other, suggesting either independent development of similar technological concepts or preservation of common cultural memories dating to prehistoric periods. Celtic legends describe flying machines, while Chinese texts include accounts of aerial vehicles that carried passengers across vast distances. The global distribution of such stories indicates either universal human fascination with flight or possible technological traditions that were once more widespread than archaeological evidence currently supports. The relationship between ancient flight accounts and consciousness altering practices raises questions about whether descriptions of aerial vehicles might represent metaphorical accounts of out-of-body experiences, shamanic journeys, or other altered states of consciousness that created the psychological sensation of flight. Many cultures associate flying abilities with shamanic practices and spiritual development, suggesting that ancient accounts of aerial travel might encode psychological rather than technological achievements. However, the technical specificity of many flight descriptions challenges purely metaphorical interpretations. Modern attempts to recreate ancient flying technologies using only materials and techniques available to historical civilizations have yielded mixed results that suggest both possibilities and limitations for prehistoric aviation. Experimental archaeologists have successfully constructed hot air balloons using ancient textile techniques and natural materials, demonstrating that basic flight technology was indeed possible for ancient peoples. However, attempts to recreate more sophisticated flying vehicles described in ancient texts have generally failed to achieve sustained, controlled flight using only period-appropriate materials and construction methods. The investigation of ancient flight claims requires balancing archaeological evidence with textual analysis and technological possibility assessment. While extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, the consistency of flight accounts across multiple ancient cultures, combined with the technical sophistication of many descriptions, suggests that complete dismissal of ancient aviation possibilities might be premature. The absence of archaeological evidence for advanced flying vehicles might reflect the inherent difficulty of preserving organic materials and lightweight structures across millennia of environmental exposure. Contemporary research into alternative propulsion systems and unconventional aircraft designs occasionally rediscovers principles that appear in ancient texts describing flying vehicles. Electromagnetic propulsion, acoustic levitation, and other experimental technologies being developed by modern aerospace engineers sometimes demonstrate effects that echo capabilities attributed to ancient Vimanas. While such correlations do not prove ancient technological achievements, They suggest that some principles described in ancient sources might represent genuine technological possibilities rather than pure fantasy. The psychological impact of contemplating ancient flight technology extends beyond archaeological curiosity into fundamental questions about human technological potential and the relationship between imagination and achievement. Whether ancient flying vehicles represent technological memory, spiritual metaphor, or prophetic vision, their appearance in texts and artwork across multiple civilizations suggests that the dream of flight has been central to human consciousness far longer than the brief century since mechanical aviation became reality. Dreams of flight carried ancient minds beyond the Earth, yet stranger journeys beckoned through time itself. In the quiet laboratories where geologists examine core samples that preserve millions of years of Earth's history in layers of sediment and stone, occasionally anomalous objects emerge that seem to violate the orderly progression of technological development, challenging fundamental assumptions about when and how human civilization developed the capabilities to forge metal, carve stone, and create complex mechanical devices. These out-of-place artifacts, the London hammer embedded in Cretaceous limestone, the Coso artifact containing what appears to be a modern spark plug encased in prehistoric geode, the Dorchester pot discovered in Precambrian rock represent either extraordinary preservation of ancient technology or evidence that time itself might not flow as linearly as conventional science assumes. The London hammer, discovered in 1936 in rock formations supposedly dating to the Lower Cretaceous period over 100 million years ago, consists of an iron hammerhead with traces of sulfur and chlorine that suggest manufacturing techniques unknown in any historical period. The wooden handle has partially fossilized while retaining organic structure, and the metal head shows no signs of corrosion despite being allegedly embedded in ancient limestone for geological ages. Conventional explanations invoke secondary mineralization processes that could encase relatively recent objects in limestone concretions, though the specific geological context of the discovery resists such simple interpretation. The Coso artifact, found in 1961 within a geode that appeared to be of significant geological age, contained what X-ray analysis revealed to be a cylindrical object with metallic core and ceramic insulator that resembles a modern automotive spark plug. The artifact was reportedly discovered in rock formations dating to 500,000 years ago, though subsequent analysis has suggested that the geode might have formed around a modern object through rapid mineralization processes that occasionally occur in specific geological conditions. The controversy surrounding the artifact illustrates the difficulty of accurately dating objects found in ambiguous geological contexts. Laboratory analysis of out-of-place artifacts faces fundamental challenges in distinguishing between genuine anachronisms and objects that became embedded in apparently ancient geological formations through natural processes that can operate much more rapidly than typically assumed. Limestone concretions can form around objects within decades under specific chemical conditions, while certain types of fossilization and mineralization can occur far more quickly than the millions of years typically associated with geological processes. The apparent age of rock formations containing anomalous objects might reflect the age of the geological matrix rather than the time when objects became embedded within it. The psychological impact of discovering apparently modern objects in ancient geological contexts challenges fundamental assumptions about technological development and temporal flow. If genuine artifacts from advanced civilizations exist in geological strata dating to periods when conventional science places life at primitive evolutionary stages, the implications extend far beyond archaeology into questions about the nature of time, causation, and the relationship between consciousness and physical reality. even the possibility that such artifacts might be genuine forces. Reconsideration of basic assumptions about how technology develops and whether human civilization might be far older than currently believed. Documentation and chain of custody issues plague many out-of-place artifact claims, with discoveries often lacking the rigorous archaeological context necessary to verify their authenticity and geological association. Many artifacts were discovered by amateur collectors under circumstances that make subsequent scientific analysis difficult or impossible, while others have been lost, destroyed, or removed from their original context in the quiet laboratories where geologists examine core samples that preserve millions of years of Earth's history in layers of sediment and stone. Occasionally, anomalous objects emerge that seem to violate the orderly progression of technological development, challenging fundamental assumptions about when and how human civilization developed the capabilities to forge metal, carve stone, and create complex mechanical devices. These out-of-place artifacts, the London hammer embedded in Cretaceous limestone, the Koso artifact containing what appears to be a modern spark plug encased in prehistoric geode, the Dorchester pot discovered in Precambrian rock represent either extraordinary preservation of ancient technology or evidence that time itself might not flow as linearly as conventional science assumes. The London hammer, discovered in 1936 in rock formations supposedly dating to the Lower Cretaceous period over 100 million years ago, consists of an iron hammerhead with traces of sulfur and chlorine that suggest manufacturing techniques unknown in any historical period. The wooden handle has partially fossilized while retaining organic structure, and the metal head shows no signs of corrosion despite being allegedly embedded in ancient limestone for geological ages. Conventional explanations invoke secondary mineralization processes that could encase relatively recent objects in limestone concretions, though the specific geological context of the discovery resists such simple interpretation. The Koso artifact, found in 1961 within a geode that appeared to be of significant geological age, contained what X-ray analysis revealed to be a cylindrical object with metallic core and ceramic insulator that resembles a modern automotive spark plug. The artifact was reportedly discovered in rock formations dating to 500,000 years ago, though subsequent analysis has suggested that the geode might have formed around a modern object through rapid mineralization processes that occasionally occur in specific geological conditions. The controversy surrounding the artifact illustrates the difficulty of accurately dating objects found in ambiguous geological contexts. Laboratory analysis of out-of-place artifacts faces fundamental challenges in distinguishing between genuine anachronisms and objects that became embedded in apparently ancient geological formations through natural processes that can operate much more rapidly than typically assumed. Limestone concretions can form around objects within decades under specific chemical conditions, while certain types of fossilization and mineralization can occur far more quickly than the millions of years typically associated with geological processes. The apparent age of rock formations containing anomalous objects might reflect the age of the geological matrix rather than the time in the high mountains of Peru, where the air grows thin enough that ordinary consciousness begins to flutter at the edges of other realities. Indigenous shamans still conduct ceremonies with ayahuasca and other plant medicines that transport human awareness into realms of experience where the boundaries between mind and matter, self and cosmos, past and future dissolve into flowing patterns of interconnected meaning. These altered states of consciousness, achieved through sacred plants, rhythmic drumming, sensory deprivation, and other techniques that have been practiced for millennia, may represent humanity's oldest technology methods for expanding awareness beyond the normal limitations of individual perception to access information and capabilities that transcend ordinary human understanding. archaeological evidence from sites worldwide reveals that consciousness-altering practices have been central to human culture since the earliest periods of civilization, with cave paintings, ceremonial objects, and burial goods indicating sophisticated understanding of how expanded awareness could be induced and utilized for healing, divination, artistic inspiration, and technological innovation. The painted caves of Lascaux and Altamira show artistic sophistication that may have been inspired by visionary experiences, while shamanic artifacts from various cultures demonstrate that altered states play crucial roles in technological development, agricultural innovation, and astronomical observation. The relationship between expanded consciousness and technological innovation suggests that some ancient achievements might have resulted from insights gained during visionary experiences rather than conventional empirical observation and experimentation. Traditional accounts from many cultures describe how shamans received technical knowledge about metallurgy, agriculture, medicine, and engineering through direct communication with spiritual entities or through access to information sources unavailable to ordinary consciousness. While such claims cannot be verified through conventional scientific methods, the consistency of reports across different cultures suggests possible mechanisms for knowledge acquisition that transcend normal learning processes. Ethnobotanical research has identified dozens of plant species with psychoactive properties that were utilized by ancient cultures for religious, therapeutic, and possibly technological purposes. Ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, peyote, and other consciousness-altering plants contain chemical compounds that interact with human neurotransmitter systems to produce profound alterations in perception, memory, and cognitive processing. The sophisticated understanding of plant chemistry demonstrated by traditional shamanic culture suggests extensive experimentation and knowledge accumulation that rivals modern pharmaceutical research in its systematic approach to identifying and utilizing bioactive compounds. Modern neuroscientific research into psychedelic experiences has revealed that consciousness-altering substances can facilitate novel neural connections, enhance pattern recognition, and promote creative problem-solving, capabilities that persist beyond the immediate effects of the substances themselves. Brain imaging studies show that psychedelic experiences activate neural networks associated with creativity, insight, and the integration of disparate information sources, suggesting biological mechanisms through which expanded consciousness might indeed lead to technological and artistic breakthroughs that would be difficult to achieve through conventional thinking processes. The role of rhythmic sound, movement, and sensory manipulation in inducing altered states demonstrates that consciousness expansion techniques extend far beyond the use of psychoactive substances to include practices that could be implemented by any ancient culture. Drumming patterns that synchronize with human brainwave frequencies, repetitive chanting that induces trance states, and ritual practices that combine multiple consciousness-altering techniques reveal sophisticated understanding of human psychology and neurophysiology that enabled ancient peoples to access expanded awareness using only behavioral and environmental modifications. Archaeological evidence from megalithic sites suggests that some ancient monuments were designed to facilitate altered states of consciousness through acoustic properties, astronomical alignments, and environmental factors that enhanced ritual experiences. The acoustic effects documented at sites like Newgrange and Stonehenge could have been used to amplify drumming, chanting, or other sound-based consciousness techniques, while the astronomical alignments might have provided temporal frameworks for conducting ceremonies during periods when cosmic conditions enhance the effectiveness of consciousness-altering practices. The preservation of shamanic knowledge through oral traditions and ceremonial practices represents one of humanity's most successful examples of maintaining sophisticated technical information across millennia of cultural change. Indigenous cultures worldwide have preserved detailed knowledge about consciousness-altering techniques, plant medicines, and ritual practices through training systems that required decades of study and practice to master. These traditions demonstrate that complex technical knowledge can be maintained without written documentation through educational systems that emphasize direct experience and personal transmission of information. Traditional accounts of shamanic journeys often include descriptions of encounters with entities or intelligent sources that provided technical knowledge about healing, agriculture, astronomy, and other practical subjects. While such experiences are typically interpreted as spiritual or psychological phenomena, the practical utility of information received during visionary states suggests possible mechanisms for accessing knowledge sources that operate beyond the limitations of individual human memory and reasoning. The consistency of shamanic reports across different cultures indicates either universal psychological phenomena or possible access to information sources that transcend individual consciousness. Modern research into the therapeutic applications of consciousness-altering substances has revealed measurable benefits for treating various psychological and physical conditions, validating traditional shamanic claims about the healing potential of expanded awareness states. Clinical trials with MDMA, psilocybin, and other psychedelic compounds have demonstrated effectiveness for treating depression, anxiety, PTSD, and addiction, while research into meditation and other consciousness practices has revealed measurable physiological effects, including enhanced immune function, reduced inflammation, and improved cardiovascular health. The implications of consciousness research extend beyond individual therapy into questions about human potential and the nature of knowledge itself. If expanded awareness can indeed provide access to information and capabilities that transcend normal human limitations, the technological and artistic achievements of ancient civilizations might reflect utilization of consciousness techniques that modern culture has largely abandoned in favor of external technological development. Expanded minds touch realms beyond ordinary perception, yet ordinary matter itself held extraordinary secrets. In museums and private collections around the world, crystal skulls carved with precision that challenges modern diamond-cutting technology sit in silent contemplation, their transparent faces reflecting light and shadow in patterns that seem to shift and change with each observer's perspective. These enigmatic artifacts, some claim to be ancient relics from Mayan or Aztec civilizations. Others, revealed through scientific analysis to be products of modern craftsmanship, embody humanity's eternal fascination with crystalline perfection, and the possibility that quartz and other crystalline materials might possess properties that bridge the gap between inert matter and conscious awareness. Whether ancient or modern, these skulls represent attempts to encode consciousness itself within the geometric precision of crystalline structure. The most famous crystal skulls entered public awareness during the late 19th and early 20th centuries through archaeological claims and museum acquisitions that suggested pre-Columbian origins for objects displaying impossible precision in their cutting and polishing. The British Museum's crystal skull, acquired in 1898, and the Smithsonian specimen both underwent detailed scientific analysis that revealed tool marks consistent with modern lapidary equipment. Though the controversy surrounding their origins reflects deeper questions about the technical capabilities of ancient civilizations and the possibility that some crystal working techniques might have been lost and forgotten across centuries of cultural disruption, the scientific investigation of crystalline materials reveals properties that might explain ancient people's reverence for quartz and other mineral structures as repositories of power and information. Quartz crystals exhibit piezoelectric properties that generate electrical charges when subjected to mechanical pressure, while their unique molecular structure creates stable oscillations that modern technology utilizes in electronic timing devices, radio transmitters, and computer processors. These properties suggest that ancient peoples familiar with crystal behavior could theoretically have developed techniques for utilizing crystalline materials and applications that approached primitive electronic or information storage technologies. The precision required to carve crystal skulls using modern techniques involves diamond-tipped tools, high-speed rotary equipment, and sophisticated polishing compounds that gradually shape quartz through controlled abrasion processes that can require hundreds of hours of careful work. Ancient peoples achieving similar results would need either tools harder than quartz itself or alternative shaping techniques that could modify crystalline structure through methods unknown to contemporary craftsmanship. Some researchers propose that ancient crystal workers might have developed chemical etching processes, acoustic shaping techniques, or other approaches that could modify crystal structure without requiring mechanically superior cutting tools. Archaeological discoveries of precisely shaped crystal objects in various ancient civilizations demonstrate sophisticated crystal working capabilities that challenge assumptions about prehistoric technological limitations. Olmec sites in Mexico have yielded crystal mirrors polished to optical flatness, while ancient Chinese burial sites contain crystal carvings that exhibit precision difficult to achieve with known period tools. The global distribution of advanced crystal working suggests either diffusion of specialized techniques across vast cultural networks or independent development of similar technologies by different civilizations that recognize the unique properties of crystalline materials. The relationship between crystalline structure and information storage has been recognized by modern technology in applications ranging from quartz computer memory to optical data storage systems that utilize crystal matrices to preserve digital information. The stable atomic arrangements within crystalline materials create ideal conditions for maintaining organized information across extended time periods, suggesting that ancient peoples familiar with crystal properties might have attempted to encode knowledge within crystalline structures through techniques that remain unknown to modern science. Traditional beliefs about crystal properties often include claims that these materials can store, amplify, or transmit various forms of energy and information through mechanisms that transcend conventional physics. While such claims generally lack scientific validation, the documented electromagnetic properties of crystalline materials suggest possible bases for some traditional beliefs about crystal capabilities. The piezoelectric effect, optical properties, and electromagnetic resonance characteristics of different crystal types provide potential explanations for how ancient peoples might have utilized these materials in applications that seem magical or supernatural to cultures unfamiliar with crystalline physics. The psychological impact of perfectly carved crystal objects extends beyond their technical achievement to encompass profound questions about consciousness, perfection, and the relationship between mind and matter. The transparency and geometric precision of crystal skulls create visual experiences that seem to bridge the gap between organic life and mineral perfection, suggesting symbolic representations of consciousness achieving crystalline clarity and permanence. Whether ancient or modern, these objects embody humanity's aspiration to transcend biological limitations through identification with mineral perfection and geometric order. Modern attempts to recreate ancient crystal working techniques using only tools and methods available to prehistoric peoples have yielded mixed results that suggest both possibilities and limitations for ancient crystal craftsmanship. Experimental archaeologists have successfully shaped crystal using stone tools and abrasive compounds, though achieving the precision documented in the finest ancient crystal objects requires patience and skill levels that push the boundaries of human craftsmanship capabilities. The time investment required for such work suggests that ancient crystal objects represented enormous expenditures of specialized labor that could only be justified by their perceived spiritual or technological value. The investigation of crystal skull authenticity has evolved beyond simple questions of age and origin into broader inquiries about the nature of perfection, consciousness, and humanity's relationship with crystalline matter. Whether carved by ancient masters or modern artisans, these objects demonstrate the human drive to achieve perfect geometric form and to explore the boundaries between living consciousness and mineral structure. They represent tangible expressions of humanity's eternal quest to understand and embody the mathematical perfection visible in crystalline architecture. Crystals held light and memory in their perfect lattice, while human memory preserved stranger treasures. Deep within the spiral architecture of DNA, where genetic information flows through generations like an underground river carrying the accumulated experience of countless ancestors, researchers studying hereditary memory patterns have begun to identify mechanisms through which knowledge might be transmitted, not through conscious learning, but through biological inheritance. This emerging understanding of epigenetic memory, cellular information storage, and the possibility that experiences could be encoded within genetic material challenges fundamental assumptions about how knowledge travels through time and raises profound questions about whether the remarkable achievements of ancient civilizations might reflect inherited wisdom that flowed through bloodlines like an invisible curriculum, passed from parent to child across thousands of generations. The phenomenon of inherited memory manifests most clearly in animal behavior patterns that appear to transcend individual learning. As young birds navigate thousands of miles during their first migrations following routes they have never traveled, while newly hatched sea turtles immediately orient toward the ocean despite having no prior experience with aquatic environments. These biological programs suggest that complex behavioral information can indeed be encoded within genetic material and transmitted across generations, providing a potential mechanism through which human knowledge and capabilities might also flow through hereditary channels that operate independently of cultural transmission and conscious education. Archaeological evidence reveals striking similarities in symbolic systems, artistic motifs, and technological approaches across cultures that had no known contact with each other, suggesting either remarkable coincidence, lost communication networks, or possible inheritance of common cultural patterns through biological rather than social mechanisms. The appearance of spiral motifs, sacred geometric patterns, and astronomical symbols in isolated civilizations worldwide indicates either universal human psychological patterns or possible genetic predispositions toward recognizing specific mathematical and cosmic relationships that transcend individual cultural development. Recent advances in epigenetic research have demonstrated that environmental experiences can indeed modify gene expression patterns in ways that affect offspring behavior and capabilities, providing scientific validation for the possibility that acquired knowledge or skills might be transmitted to future generations through biological mechanisms. Studies of trauma survivors have revealed that extreme experiences can create epigenetic changes that influence descendants' stress responses, anxiety levels, and even cognitive patterns, suggesting that significant experiences leave biological signatures that affect genetic inheritance in ways that extend far beyond simple DNA, a sequence transmission, the study of idiot savant phenomena and other cases where individuals display extraordinary capabilities without corresponding education or practice provides additional evidence for the possibility that complex knowledge might be accessible through biological inheritance rather than learned acquisition. Mathematical prodigies who can perform complex calculations without formal training, artistic savants who create sophisticated works despite minimal education, and individuals with detailed knowledge of subjects they have never studied suggest that human consciousness might have access to information sources that transcend individual experience and learning. Traditional cultures worldwide maintain beliefs about ancestral knowledge that flows through family lines, clan inheritance of specific skills or capabilities, and the possibility that wisdom acquired by ancestors continues to influence descendants through mechanisms that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. These cultural traditions often include practices designed to maintain connection with ancestral knowledge through meditation, ritual, and spiritual disciplines that allegedly allow individuals to access inherited wisdom that might otherwise remain dormant within their genetic or cellular memory systems. Linguistic research has identified deep structural similarities between language families that suggest either common ancestral languages or possible biological predispositions toward specific grammatical and phonetic patterns that influence language development independently of cultural contact. The appearance of similar sound symbolism, grammatical structures, and conceptual categories across unrelated languages worldwide indicates either universal features of human cognitive architecture or possible genetic influences on language development that operate through inherited neural patterns rather than learned cultural transmission. The investigation of cellular memory phenomena in organ transplant recipients has revealed instances where individuals report acquiring new preferences, skills, or knowledge that appear to correspond to characteristics of their organ donors, suggesting that information storage might occur at cellular levels throughout the body rather than being limited to brain-based memory systems. While such reports remain controversial and difficult to verify scientifically, they point toward possible biological mechanisms for information storage and transmission that could theoretically preserve knowledge across generations through genetic or cellular inheritance channels. Archaeological patterns suggesting cyclical rediscovery of similar technologies, artistic techniques, and cultural innovations across different historical periods might reflect inherited predispositions toward developing specific solutions to universal human challenges rather than independent invention or cultural diffusion. The repeated appearance of similar architectural principles, mathematical concepts, and technological approaches in isolated civilizations could indicate genetic or biological influences that guide human innovation along predictable pathways. Determined by inherited cognitive and creative capabilities, modern research into consciousness and memory has begun to identify quantum mechanical processes within cellular structures that might provide mechanisms for information storage and transmission that operate beyond classical biochemical systems. The possibility that consciousness might interact with quantum fields through cellular structures suggests potential pathways through which knowledge could be encoded, preserved, and transmitted through biological inheritance in ways that transcend COMVENTIONAL understanding of genetic information transfer. The implications of inherited wisdom extend beyond individual capabilities into questions about the nature of knowledge itself and humanity's relationship with accumulated experience across evolutionary time. If genetic inheritance indeed includes mechanisms for transmitting acquired knowledge, the achievements of ancient civilizations might represent not just individual or cultural accomplishments, but expressions of inherited wisdom that accumulated across thousands of generations of human experience and observation. Knowledge flowed through generations like a river through many channels, yet some channels led beyond the human realm. Across the star-scattered darkness of space, where countless worlds orbit distant suns in configurations that might harbor intelligences as curious about Earth as humanity is about their distant realms, the possibility exists that ancient civilizations might have received visits, guidance, or intervention from beings whose technology and knowledge transcended terrestrial limitations. This ancient astronaut hypothesis, though controversial and lacking definitive proof, attempts to explain archaeological anomalies, technological anachronisms, and cultural patterns that seem to exceed the capabilities of indigenous human development. Through contact with extraterrestrial civilizations whose advanced science appeared as divine intervention to ancient peoples, who recorded these encounters in mythological language that preserved their memory across millennia. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations contain remarkably consistent descriptions of beings who descended from the sky in vehicles that blazed with celestial fire, possessed knowledge of astronomy and technology far exceeding human capabilities, and intervened in human affairs through direct teaching or genetic manipulation that enhanced human intellectual and cultural development. The Sumerian creation accounts describe the Anunnaki beings from another world who came to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization, agriculture, and written communication. Similar accounts appear in the Hebrew Bible's references to the Nephilim, the Hindu Puranas' descriptions of divine beings who traveled between worlds in flying vehicles, and Native American traditions that speak of star people who brought knowledge and technology to tribal cultures. Archaeological evidence that proponents interpret as supporting ancient extraterrestrial contact includes artistic depictions that appear to show beings in helmet-like headgear or spacesuits, technological achievements that seem to require knowledge beyond the capabilities of their historical periods, and astronomical information that ancient peoples should not have possessed without telescopic observation or mathematical sophistication that predated known scientific development. The precision of ancient astronomical knowledge, the sophistication of megalithic construction techniques, and the apparent sudden appearance of complex technologies in archaeological records are cited as evidence for external intervention that accelerated human cultural development. The statistical probability of extraterrestrial civilizations existing within our galaxy provides a framework for evaluating the plausibility of ancient contact scenarios, with mathematical models suggesting that advanced technological civilizations should be relatively common given the age of the universe and the number of potentially habitable worlds. The Drake equation and its variations attempt to calculate the likelihood of detectable extraterrestrial intelligence, while the Fermi paradox addresses the apparent contradiction between high probability calculations and the absence of confirmed contact with alien civilizations. Genetic evidence that some researchers interpret as supporting ancient intervention includes the rapid acceleration of human brain development during the past several 100,000 years, the apparent sudden appearance of sophisticated cognitive capabilities that seem disproportionate to gradual evolutionary development, and certain genetic anomalies that might indicate artificial modification of human DNA, while conventional evolutionary biology explains human cognitive development through natural selection and environmental pressures. Alternative researchers propose that human intelligence might have been enhanced through genetic intervention by advanced extraterrestrial scientists, the technological capabilities required for interstellar travel and intervention in planetary civilizations remain within the realm of theoretical possibility according to advanced physics, though such capabilities would require energy sources and engineering achievements far beyond current human technology. Concepts including warp drive systems, wormhole navigation, and other faster-than-light travel methods suggested by theoretical physics provide potential mechanisms through which advanced civilizations could overcome the vast distances between star systems and conduct the kind of extended intervention programs that ancient astronaut theories propose. Psychological and sociological factors that might influence human interpretation of anomalous experiences include the tendency to attribute unexplained phenomena to supernatural or extraterrestrial sources, a human need to find meaning and causation in ambiguous events, and the appeal of contact scenarios that suggest humanity's special significance within cosmic evolution. The ancient astronaut hypothesis might reflect psychological needs for meaning and connection rather than objective analysis of archaeological evidence, though such psychological factors do not necessarily invalidate all aspects of the hypothesis. Alternative explanations for archaeological anomalies typically invoke lost human civilizations, unknown technological developments within historical cultures, or misinterpretation of evidence that appears anomalous only because of incomplete understanding of ancient capabilities. Orthodox archaeology generally explains apparent technological anachronisms through conventional development pathways that might not be fully documented in the archaeological record, while cultural achievements are attributed to human ingenuity and knowledge accumulation rather than external intervention. The investigation of UFO phenomena and contemporary reports of extraterrestrial contact provides ongoing context for evaluating ancient astronaut theories, with modern sightings and encounters potentially representing continuation of contact patterns that began in ancient times. Government disclosure of previously classified UFO investigations and military encounters with unexplained aerial phenomena has legitimized scientific discussion of extraterrestrial technology, though definitive proof of alien visitation remains elusive despite decades of investigation and thousands of reported encounters. The broader implications of confirmed ancient extraterrestrial contact would revolutionize understanding of human history, technological development, and humanity's place within cosmic evolution. Such contact would suggest that Earth has been part of a galactic community for thousands of years, that human civilization developed within a context of external influence and guidance, and that humanity's future development might continue to involve interaction with advanced extraterrestrial intelligences who maintain ongoing interest in terrestrial affairs. Contemporary scientific research into extraterrestrial life focuses primarily on detecting radio signals, analyzing atmospheric compositions of distant planets for biosignatures, and searching for evidence of past or present microbial life within the solar system. While these approaches might eventually confirm the existence of extraterrestrial life, they are unlikely to provide direct evidence for ancient visitation unless such evidence specifically preserves technological signatures that survive across geological time periods. Whether strangers came from stars or emerged from human imagination, the longing for connection transcends all boundaries. High upon mountain peaks, where ancient eyes could survey vast territories that stretched beyond the curve of the horizon, in the ruins of towers and observatories, whose strategic placement reveals systematic understanding of communication networks and territorial surveillance, the archaeological record preserves evidence of watching systems that monitored human movement across landscapes with precision that rivals modern intelligence-gathering techniques. These ancient surveillance networks, the beacon tower systems of the Great Wall of China, the hilltop fortifications that dot European landscapes, the watchtower complexes that guarded trade routes across the ancient Near East, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how observation, communication, and information gathering could be organized across vast geographic scales to maintain awareness of threats, opportunities, and changes occurring beyond the immediate vicinity of any individual community. The Great Wall's beacon tower system represents perhaps the most extensive surveillance network constructed in the ancient world, with signal fires and smoke columns capable of transmitting urgent messages across thousands of kilometers within hours of initial observation. Archaeological investigation of these communication posts reveals standardized construction techniques, predetermined signal protocols, and supply systems that maintain continuous surveillance capabilities across multiple dynasties and centuries of operation. The network's sophistication approached the efficiency of modern telecommunications in its ability to coordinate information gathering and rapid response across continental distances. Celtic hill forts across Britain and Ireland were positioned according to principles that maximize visual surveillance of surrounding territories, while maintaining sightlines between fortifications that allowed coordinated response to threats approaching from any direction. Recent analysis using digital elevation models and line of sight calculations has revealed that these installations were planned as integrated systems rather than independent defensive positions, with carefully calculated placement that ensured comprehensive coverage of tribal territories and major travel routes. The mathematical precision of hill fort positioning suggests surveying capabilities and strategic planning that required systematic understanding of geographic principles and communication technologies. Ancient road systems often incorporated surveillance elements, including watchtowers, signal stations, and checkpoint facilities that monitored traffic flow while providing rapid communication capabilities for reporting unusual movements or potential security threats. The Roman road network included mansionese and stations that served dual functions as rest facilities and observation posts, while the Inca road system featured chasqui relay stations that maintained continuous surveillance and communication across the mountainous terrain of the Andes. These systems demonstrate integration of transportation infrastructure with intelligence, gathering capabilities that provided authorities with detailed awareness of activity throughout their territories. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient surveillance systems extended beyond obvious military applications to include monitoring of trade activities, resource availability, and environmental conditions that affected agricultural and economic planning. Watchtower networks often positioned stations to observe river crossings, mountain passes, and other geographic choke points where travelers and goods could be monitored and potentially controlled. The systematic nature of these observations indicates that ancient authorities understood information gathering as essential for effective governance and economic management. The technological sophistication of ancient communication systems enabled surveillance networks to operate with efficiency that approached modern capabilities in certain specific applications. Signal-fire networks could transmit coded messages across vast distances faster than mounted messengers, while mirror systems using polished metal reflectors could relay visual signals during daylight hours with precision that allowed complex information transmission. Some ancient communication technologies achieved transmission speeds that were not surpassed until the development of electronic telecommunications in the 19th century. Astronomical observations conducted at many ancient sites served dual purposes as scientific research and practical surveillance of temporal cycles that affected human activity patterns. Observatory positions that tracked seasonal changes, lunar cycles, and stellar movements provided information useful for agricultural planning, while also enabling predictions of when human populations would be most vulnerable to attack or most likely to initiate military campaigns. The integration of astronomical knowledge with surveillance planning demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how celestial cycles influenced human behavior patterns. The preservation of ancient surveillance systems in the archaeological record often reflects their integration with religious and ceremonial architecture that ensured continued maintenance and operation across political changes and cultural transitions. Sacred sites positioned for territorial surveillance could maintain their observation functions through religious institutions that persisted despite changes in political authority, while the spiritual significance of watchtower locations encouraged communities to preserve these installations even when their military functions became obsolete. Geographic information systems analysis of ancient settlement patterns often reveals hidden surveillance capabilities that were not apparent to earlier archaeological investigation. computer modeling of sightlines, communication ranges, and territorial coverage has identified ancient observation networks that modern scholarship had not previously recognized, suggesting that systematic surveillance was more widespread and sophisticated than conventional archaeology. High upon mountain peaks, where ancient eyes could survey vast territories that stretched beyond the curve of the horizon. In the ruins of towers and observatories, whose strategic placement reveals systematic understanding of communication networks and territorial surveillance. The archaeological record preserves evidence of watching systems that monitored human movement across landscapes with precision that rivals modern intelligence-gathering techniques. These ancient surveillance networks, the beacon tower systems of the Great Wall of China, the hilltop fortifications that dot European landscapes, the watchtower complexes that guarded trade routes across the ancient Near East, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how observation, communication, and information gathering could be organized across vast geographic scales to maintain awareness of threats, opportunities, and changes occurring beyond the immediate vicinity of any individual community. The Great Wall's beacon tower system represents perhaps beyond the familiar three dimensions of length, width, and height that define ordinary human experience. Theoretical physics suggests the existence of additional spatial dimensions that remain invisible to normal perception, yet might influence physical reality in ways that ancient peoples could have detected through consciousness techniques, meditation practices, or technological applications that modern science is only beginning to understand. These hidden dimensions proposed by string theory, M-theory, and other advanced mathematical frameworks could provide mechanisms through which consciousness might interact with physical matter. Information might travel across vast distances instantaneously, and apparently impossible ancient achievements might have been accomplished through access to aspects of reality that transcend the limitations of three-dimensional space and linear time, quantum mechanical phenomena that operate at subatomic scales reveal behaviors that seem to violate classical physics principles, with particles existing in multiple states simultaneously, information transmitting instantaneously across vast distances through quantum entanglement and observer consciousness, apparently influencing the behavior of physical systems through the measurement process itself. These quantum effects, while typically confined to microscopic scales, suggest that consciousness and matter might interact through mechanisms that classical physics cannot explain, providing potential scientific frameworks for understanding how ancient peoples might have achieved capabilities that seem impossible within conventional physical limitations. Ancient texts and oral traditions from various cultures describe practices that allegedly allowed practitioners to access information from distant locations, perceive events occurring beyond normal sensory range, and influence physical systems through consciousness, techniques that modern science would classify as psychic or paranormal phenomena. While such claims lack scientific validation, the consistency of reports across different cultures and historical periods suggests either universal human psychological patterns or possible access to information sources that operate through mechanisms beyond currently understood physical processes. The mathematics of higher dimensional geometry provides frameworks for understanding how three-dimensional objects and events might represent projections or cross-sections of phenomena occurring in higher dimensional spaces, suggesting that ancient peoples familiar with advanced mathematical concepts might have developed techniques for perceiving or manipulating aspects of reality that remain hidden from ordinary three-dimensional awareness. Sacred geometric patterns found in ancient architecture often incorporate mathematical relationships that hint at knowledge of higher dimensional structures, while mystical traditions worldwide describe meditation practices designed to transcend ordinary spatial limitations. Consciousness research has identified neurological processes that might provide biological mechanisms for accessing information through channels that operate beyond normal sensory perception, with brain imaging studies revealing neural networks that activate during psychic experiences, meditation states, and other altered consciousness conditions. While the interpretation of such research remains controversial, the documented neurological changes associated with expanded awareness states suggest that human consciousness might indeed possess capabilities for accessing information through pathways that transcend conventional physical limitations. Archaeological evidence for ancient knowledge of advanced physics concepts includes architectural features that demonstrate understanding of principles that were not formally recognized by Western science until the 20th century. The acoustic properties of certain ancient sites suggest knowledge of wave mechanics and resonance phenomena, while the electromagnetic characteristics of megalithic monuments hint at understanding of field effects and energy transmission. Some researchers propose that ancient builders incorporated multi-dimensional design principles into their monuments, creating structures that functioned as interfaces between ordinary, three-dimensional space and higher-dimensional realms. The investigation of remote viewing, telepathy, and other psychic phenomena through controlled scientific experiments has yielded statistical results that exceed chance probability while remaining insufficient for definitive scientific validation. Government-sponsored research programs, including the CIA Stargate project, investigated psychic capabilities for intelligence-gathering applications, achieving results that suggested genuine phenomena while highlighting the difficulty of applying conventional scientific methods to consciousness-related capabilities that might operate through non-local mechanisms. Theoretical frameworks, including mem theory and string theory, propose that fundamental particles and forces operate through interactions in 11-dimensional space, with the familiar three spatial dimensions representing only a subset of total reality. These mathematical models suggest that consciousness, if it operates through quantum mechanical processes, might theoretically access information from higher dimensional sources or influence physical events through mechanisms that remain invisible to three-dimensional observation. While such theories remain highly speculative, they provide conceptual frameworks for understanding how ancient claims about psychic abilities might reflect genuine physical phenomena. Ancient meditation traditions and mystical practices often describe techniques for transcending ordinary spatial and temporal limitations through consciousness expansion that allegedly provides access to universal knowledge sources and the ability to influence physical events through mental intention. These practices typically require years of training and discipline development, suggesting that accessing higher dimensional capabilities might require specific consciousness technologies that ancient cultures developed through systematic exploration of human awareness potential. The relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics continues to generate debate among physicists and consciousness researchers, with some theories proposing that awareness plays a fundamental role in determining physical reality, while others maintain that consciousness emerges from complex classical beyond the familiar three dimensions of length, width, and height that define ordinary human experience. Theoretical physics suggests the existence of additional spatial dimensions that remain invisible to normal perception, yet might influence physical reality in ways that ancient peoples could have detected through consciousness techniques, meditation practices, or technological applications that modern science is only beginning to understand. These hidden dimensions proposed by string theory, M theory, and other advanced mathematical frameworks could provide mechanisms through which consciousness might interact with physical matter. Information might travel across vast distances instantaneously, and apparently impossible ancient achievements might have been accomplished through access to aspects of reality that transcend the limitations of three-dimensional space and linear time. Quantum mechanical phenomena that operate at subatomic scales reveal behaviors that seem to violate classical physics principles, with particles existing in multiple states simultaneously in the circular flow of cosmic time that ancient peoples perceived as the fundamental rhythm underlying all existence. Civilizations rise and fall like waves upon an infinite ocean, each culture achieving peaks of knowledge and capability before dissolving back into the primordial darkness from which new forms of consciousness eventually emerge. This cyclical understanding of temporal flow encoded in Hindu concepts of cosmic ages, Mayan calculations of world cycles, and Nordic prophecies of Ragnarok and renewal suggest that human history might not progress linearly toward ever greater sophistication, but instead follows recursive patterns where advanced knowledge appears, flourishes, vanishes, and eventually re-emerges in new forms that echo previous achievements, while exploring different pathways toward understanding the mysteries of existence. Archaeological evidence for recurring technological achievements across different historical periods includes the independent development of similar innovations by cultures separated by vast distances and time periods, suggesting either parallel evolution of human capabilities or periodic rediscovery of knowledge that was lost during previous cultural collapses. The appearance of sophisticated astronomical observation, advanced metallurgy, and complex mathematics in multiple civilizations that supposedly had no contact with each other indicates that human consciousness may naturally tend towards certain technological solutions when environmental conditions and cultural development reach appropriate thresholds. The Great Year, the approximately 25,920-year cycle during which Earth's axis completes one full precession relative to the stellar background, was recognized by ancient astronomers as a cosmic rhythm that corresponded to vast cycles of cultural development and spiritual evolution. Mayan calendrical systems incorporated this precessional cycle into their long count calculations, while ancient Egyptian and Greek traditions associated precessional movements with ages of spiritual development that influenced human consciousness and cultural achievement. The recognition of such vast temporal cycles suggests that ancient peoples understood their civilizations as participating in cosmic rhythms that operated across scales far exceeding individual human lifespans. Modern geological and climatological research has identified evidence for periodic catastrophes that could disrupt human civilization at regular intervals, including asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, solar flares, and climate cycles that operate across thousands or millions of years. The Younger Dryas period, approximately 12,900 years ago, represents one such catastrophic interval when rapid climate change apparently disrupted multiple civilizations worldwide, potentially destroying advanced cultures that had developed during the preceding interglacial period. The cyclical nature of such events suggests that human civilization might repeatedly achieve sophisticated development before being reset by planetary catastrophes. The concept of eternal return appears in philosophical and religious traditions worldwide, suggesting either independent recognition of cyclical time or preservation of ancient knowledge about cosmic rhythms that influence human development. Nietzsche's philosophical exploration of eternal recurrence, Hindu concepts of cosmic cycles, and indigenous American prophecies about world endings and renewals all describe temporal frameworks where events repeat with variations across vast scales of time. These traditions suggest that human consciousness naturally perceives temporal flow as cyclical rather than linear. Archaeological mysteries that conventional history cannot explain might represent remnants of previous cycles of human development that achieved technological capabilities different from but comparable to modern civilization. If advanced cultures existed during previous interglacial periods, their achievements might have been destroyed by climate changes, geological catastrophes, or other cyclical events that periodically reset human cultural development. The apparent sudden appearance of sophisticated capabilities in various ancient civilizations could represent rediscovery of knowledge that was preserved through previous cycles. The mathematics of cyclical systems reveals how complex patterns can repeat with variations across different scales of time and space, creating fractal-like structures where similar patterns appear at multiple levels of organization. Human consciousness, if it operates according to cyclical principles, might naturally rediscover similar insights and capabilities across different historical periods, creating apparent parallels between ancient and modern achievements that reflect underlying patterns of awareness development rather than direct knowledge transmission. Consciousness research suggests that human awareness might operate according to cyclical principles that influence both individual development and collective cultural evolution, with periods of expansion and contraction that correspond to larger cosmic rhythms. Altered states research has identified recurring themes in visionary experiences across different cultures and time periods, suggesting that consciousness exploration naturally leads to similar insights, regardless of cultural context or historical period. These patterns might indicate that human awareness participates in cosmic cycles that influence technological and spiritual development. The preservation of ancient knowledge through oral traditions, mystery schools, and esoteric teachings suggests that some information about previous cycles of human development might survive cultural collapses and be available for rediscovery by subsequent civilizations. Initiatic traditions worldwide claim to preserve knowledge from previous ages, while certain mathematical, astronomical, and technological insights appear in various cultures with precision that suggests access to information sources beyond independent development. The cyclical transmission of such knowledge could explain apparent anachronisms in ancient achievements. Modern scientific understanding of cosmic cycles, including stellar evolution, galactic rotation, and universal expansion and contraction, provides frameworks for understanding how consciousness and civilization might participate in recursive patterns that operate across multiple scales of space and time. If human awareness is fundamentally connected to cosmic rhythms, then the development of consciousness and technology might naturally follow cyclical patterns that reflect the underlying structure of reality itself. Time curved back upon itself, like a serpent swallowing its tail, revealing the eternal dance of awakening and forgetting. At the convergence of all paths that wind through the labyrinth of human questioning, where archaeological mysteries meet quantum possibilities, where ancient achievements echo modern discoveries, and where consciousness touches the edge of the unknowable, lies the ultimate recognition that every answer discovered only deepens the fundamental mystery of what it means to be human in a cosmos whose depths exceed the reach of any finite understanding. The enigmas preserved in stone circles and crystal skulls, in undeciphered scripts and impossible metallurgy, in cosmic alignments and vanished civilizations, all point toward a single overwhelming truth: that consciousness itself represents the greatest mystery of all. A phenomenon so profound that its full nature might forever remain beyond the grasp of minds that are themselves manifestations of the very mystery they seek to comprehend. The archaeological record speaks in fragments and whispers of capabilities that seem to transcend the limitations that conventional science places upon human potential, suggesting that consciousness might be far more malleable, far more powerful, and far more connected to fundamental cosmic processes than modern materialist philosophy has dared to imagine. From the megalithic astronomers who calculated celestial cycles with precision that rivals satellite-based observations to the ancient metallurgists who created alloys that modern science struggles to replicate. From the cartographers who mapped impossible shores to the architects who encoded cosmic constants in limestone and granite, The evidence accumulates that human awareness has occasionally achieved states of understanding that transcend ordinary cognitive limitations. The patterns visible across these diverse mysteries reveal common themes that suggest underlying principles of consciousness and reality that operate beyond the boundaries of any particular culture or historical period. The appearance of golden ratio proportions in sacred architecture worldwide, the independent development of zero concepts by isolated civilizations, the universal recognition of specific astronomical cycles, and the consistent appearance of certain symbolic patterns across unconnected cultures all hint at mathematical and cosmic relationships that human consciousness seems naturally disposed to recognize when it achieves sufficient clarity and depth. The question of whether these achievements represent rediscovery of ancient knowledge, independent evolution of human capabilities, or contact with intelligent sources beyond ordinary human experience becomes less important than the recognition that consciousness itself possesses potentials that remain largely unexplored by contemporary civilization. The focus on external technological development that characterizes modern culture might represent only one possible pathway for human advancement, while ancient civilizations that achieved remarkable results through consciousness technologies demonstrate alternative approaches to understanding and manipulating reality. The investigation of ancient mysteries simultaneously reveals the limitations of purely material approaches to understanding human potential while suggesting that consciousness research might eventually provide scientific frameworks for explaining capabilities that currently appear impossible or supernatural. Quantum mechanics has already demonstrated that consciousness and matter interact in ways that classical physics cannot explain, while neuroscience continues to discover cognitive capabilities that exceed previous assumptions about brain function and human awareness potential. The preservation of ancient achievements in stone, metal, and oral tradition ensures that evidence for expanded human capabilities continues to challenge each generation to reconsider the boundaries of possibility and to explore approaches to knowledge and achievement that transcend the limitations of purely rational, materialist methodologies. Each archaeological discovery that defies conventional explanation serves as an invitation to expand understanding of human potential and to investigate consciousness technologies that might provide access to capabilities that ancient peoples apparently possessed but that modern civilization has largely forgotten. The integration of ancient wisdom with modern scientific knowledge represents perhaps the most promising pathway for understanding these mysteries, combining the rigorous investigation methods of contemporary science with the expanded awareness techniques preserved in traditional spiritual practices. This synthesis might eventually reveal that consciousness and matter represent different aspects of a single fundamental reality that can be understood and influenced through approaches that integrate scientific methodology with consciousness. Expansion techniques, the cosmic perspective that emerges from studying ancient achievements, reveals human consciousness as participating in universal processes that operate across scales ranging from quantum mechanical to galactic, suggesting that individual awareness might be connected to cosmic intelligence in ways that transcend the limitations of biological brains and nervous systems. This recognition transforms questions about ancient capabilities from puzzles about past achievements into invitations to explore the unlimited potential that might be inherent in consciousness itself. The ultimate mystery may not be how ancient peoples achieved their remarkable capabilities, but why modern civilization has apparently forgotten or abandoned approaches to knowledge and achievement that once enabled humans to align their awareness with cosmic forces and to access information and capabilities that seem impossible from the perspective of purely material science. The rediscovery of these ancient pathways might represent humanity's next evolutionary step, leading to new forms of civilization that integrate technological sophistication with consciousness, expansion in ways that honor both scientific rigor and spiritual depth. Standing at the threshold between the known and unknowable, between the achievements of the past and the possibilities of the future, consciousness finds itself reflected in every ancient mystery while simultaneously recognizing that its own nature represents the deepest enigma of all. The search for answers becomes a journey toward ever deeper questions, while each discovery reveals new dimensions of mystery that stretch toward infinite horizons of understanding and wonder. And so the ancient world whispers still, carrying its secrets like stars carry light across infinite darkness. In the silence between heartbeats, between sleeping and waking, the ancient world continues its eternal conversation with those who listen. Stone circles still track celestial movements across millennia. Underground chambers hold their breath in patient darkness. Crystal lattice remember frequencies that once resonated through vanished temples. Perhaps the greatest mystery lies not in what the ancients achieved, but in what they remembered that has been forgotten. Do these artifacts represent humanity's highest potential, echoing across time like light from distant stars? Or do they whisper of something even more profound? The consciousness itself might be far stranger and more magnificent than modern minds dare imagine.